Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our regular council meeting for Tuesday, March 25th. I'd like to call our meeting to order here and start with our land acknowledgement. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Legal, Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Métis government, Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. Finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land, and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. I'd like to move to updates and approval of the agenda. Council, are there any updates or changes to the agenda from Council? Looking to administration. With that, can I have the motion to approve the agenda, please? Can I have a Councillor Randhawa?
Good morning, everyone. I move that the Council approve the March 25th, 2025 regular meeting of Council agenda as presented.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. We've had a pretty big last couple of weeks here in Chestermere with a number of organizations finding success and some pretty cool events that have happened within Chestermere. So first of all, we council just want to acknowledge and thank Synergy and all the organizers and sponsors who put on the mental health fair. We just want to say thank you for continuing the conversation on this important topic. Our junior C hockey team. This is the first time this ever has been accomplished in Chestermere. Won the city championships. It's an incredible accomplishment. Again, it's the first time that our junior Cs have won cities. So great job to our junior C team, who are now moving on to provincials. Our RHL U18 team also won banner in a best of 3 series against Airdrie, which I guess was a bit of a rivalry because last year they lost to Airdrie, and this year we beat Airdrie. Yes. So our RHL team, congratulations to our U18 RHL team on winning banner. And also our Chestermere Boxing Club. So our Chestermere Boxing Club this past weekend, they were the host club for the Canada Cup. So they were the host club for Canada Cup this year. And not only did they host an incredible event, but our boxing club was able to bring home 3 gold medals and a silver medal as well. So we have some cards that council is signing that we will be sending out to all of these people. And we just want to take a moment and acknowledge these things, and congratulations again to the Chestermere Minor Hockey Association for the teams that won under there, to Synergy for the great event, and to our Chestermere Boxing Club for the incredible being selected. People from Boxing Canada were telling me that our Chestermere Boxing Club is the fastest growing boxing club in Canada right now. So it's cool. We have some cool things that are happening within our community, and it's exciting to be able to come to a council meeting and celebrate those things. With that, then, are we going to do we need a motion then to accept for information? I don't think so. I think we're just highlighting them. Is that correct? Correct. Awesome. Public input. Do we have anybody for a public input session this morning?
Through the chair, no, we don't.
Okay, great. Thank you. Moving then to the approval of the minutes for the March 11th regular meeting of council. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council approve the March 11th, 2025 regular meeting of council minutes as presented.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Moving to item 6.1, reports for decision, the Chelsea Outline Plan Amendment. Easy for you to say. This is being presented by Josh David, Planner 1. Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Just through you, Mr. Mayor, to the rest of Council, just wanted to take a quick second to introduce to you and to the public and some of the members of our gallery, Matt Boscario. Matt's in as an Interim Director of Strategic Initiatives, so he's joined the team here on a contract basis. He's providing some leadership and support to a few departments right now, but importantly, he's going to be working with me and the executive leadership team to help implement some processes, some procedures, and kind of get us over this hump that the organization's in here to where we're functioning optimally and how we should be. So I'll just maybe turn it to Matt and let him introduce himself quickly, and then we'll get on with the agenda.
Thank you, CAO Edney, Mayor and Council. Pleasure meeting you all this morning. Thrilled to be here, and of course, as the CAO indicated, help the ELT and the organization move forward. Just by way of background for your information, I come to you from several positions in the region, working in several different capacities. More recently, I was with Rocky View County, right next door as executive director there for several years. And prior to that, I was with Wheatland County next door as Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for a handful of years. So working and overseeing different functions of an organization is my passion. Local government is my passion. I'm a registered professional planner and a certified local government manager, so I'm thrilled to be here helping council and helping the leadership team and the organization move forward. It's an exciting time at Chestermere. Thank you.
Awesome. We are excited to have you, and I believe and have seen firsthand you've kind of hit the ground running. So it's been a very fast-paced week. So welcome to Chestermere. Looking forward to what you're bringing to the organization. Now going back to Josh.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Josh David, Planner 1 with Community Growth and Infrastructure. Today I'll be presenting a request for decision that Council approve amendments to the Chelsea Outline Plan dated March 2025 as amended as shown in Attachment A. The requested outline plan amendment includes the following changes: modification to the outline plan to redesignate 5 blocks of residential semi-detached R2 to residential multi-unit R3. This proposed amendment intends to create street-oriented residential dwelling options by providing more flexible lot widths allowed under the R3 designation. And the second modification would be to modify the R4 parcel located south of Chelsea Parade to add a maximum density of 24 UPA units per acre. And this proposed amendment would decrease the density on this specific parcel, leading to a townhouse construction instead of an apartment building construction. Revisions to the outline plan are identified in the red line version, included in Attachment A in red. Thank you. Are there any questions for the outline plan?
Great, thank you. Questions from council? Councillor Schindler?
Actually, I withdraw that question. So
Okay. Okay, thank you. With that, then I believe that we have a motion with regards to this. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Ryan.
Good morning, thank you. Move that council approve amendments to the Chelsea Outline Plan dated March 2025 as amended as shown in Attachment A.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Councillor Grant?
I would just like to make a comment that I was very happy with how this amendment came along and how there was collaboration and teamwork between council and the builder to achieve an outcome that I think is viable and attractive and financially stable for everybody. So I think it was a good practice, and I'm happy to support the outcome.
Thank you, Councillor Grant. Fully concur. I think you read my notes somewhere in there, read my brain, because I absolutely concur. The collaboration that happened with this and the creativity and also the response from the development community in terms of realizing that there was some concerns that came from our residents, and the response to that, I think I concur with everything you just said. Any other comments, questions from council? Councillor Schindler.
I would again echo that and say that to other folks coming towards us, if they engage with our community and ahead of time and figure out what our community wants, it really makes our job easier going forward. So I think that I'd like to commend the developer on this amendment and this thing going forward. I'm really happy with it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Last call for comments, questions before moving to the vote. Great, thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving then to item 6.2, which is our bylaw change for bylaw 009-25, Chelsea Land Use Bylaw, LUB amendment, presented again by Josh David, Planner 1.
Hello again. So administration is recommending the following motions: that council give second reading to bylaw 009-25, being amendments to the land use bylaw 020-24 as amended, as shown on Schedule A of bylaw 009-25, and that council give third and final reading of bylaw 009-25, being amendments to the land use bylaw 020-24 as amended, as shown on Schedule A of bylaw 009-25.
Great, thank you. Can I have the motions, please? Can I have a councillor read the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give second reading to bylaw -009-25, being amendments to the land use bylaw number 020-24 as amended, as shown on the Schedule A for bylaw number 009-25.
Great, thank you. Any comments, questions from council? Great, thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And then I believe we have one more motion coming from this. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
I move that council give third and final reading to bylaw 009-25, being amendments to the land use bylaw 020-24 as amended, as shown on Schedule A of bylaw 009-25.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And again, that's carried unanimously. Thank you so much. Moving now to item 6.3, which is DP 24-56958, 55 Clearwater Drive, freestanding sign. Whew, easy for you to say. Also presented by Josh David, Planner 1.
Thank you. So today I will be presenting a request for decision on DP 24-56958, 55 Clearwater Drive freestanding sign, which is a proposed freestanding sign in Clearwater Park. So administration is recommending the following motion that council approve DP 24-56958, 55 Clearwater Drive freestanding sign, subject to the conditions of approval, which are included in attachment A. This development permit proposes a freestanding sign for the HOA building at the southeast corner of Chestermere Boulevard and Clearwater Drive. Rendering of the sign is included in the agenda shown there, and the entire construction package has been included in attachment B. As per section 3.2.3E in the land use bylaw, the development officer shall refer applications for development permits located within a non-residential direct control district to council for a decision, which is why this is in front of you today. The purpose of the Direct Control Special Recreation District, or DCSPR, is to provide for commercial recreation facilities on public or private lands. There are currently development permit approvals on the site for the community lighthouse, which is built, and for the HOA building, which is currently under construction. Signs are a discretionary use in this district. However, freestanding signs are only allowed in public service and commercial districts under the current land use bylaw. Although section 9.6.11A does not include the direct control special recreation district or DCSPR under the allowed districts, administration believes that the proposed application meets the purpose of the district and would be an appropriate use of the land. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Great, thank you. Any questions with regards to the sign from council? Okay, can I have the motion on the screen, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning. I move that Council approve DP 24-56958, 55 Clearwater Drive, freestanding sign, subject to the conditions of approval included in Attachment A.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you so much. 6.4.
Thank you.
Oh, Josh is done. Moving to item 6.4, which is the second location Pattison digital freestanding sign, presented by Shamin Vicencio.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Worship, and all members of council.
Good morning.
Morning. Shamin Vicencio, Development and Building Services Manager for the City of Chestermere. So I'd like to first note that all of my comments will be made through the CEO to Your Worship and to all members of council. So this presentation is a follow-through from the in-camera session that we had last March 4th regarding the property lease agreement with Pattison Digital Freestanding Signs. So administration is coming back to present the 4 locations, plus the addition of the second sign location, which was originally on the lease agreement, which is referred to as Site 5 on the package. So the history of this matter has been discussed in the past, so unless council would like to go over that again, I would be proceeding with just discussing the locations, if that's okay.
I think so. Everybody good with that? Yeah.
Okay, that said, if I can request for Ledge Services to bring up Exhibit A, which is the map. Let's start with that. It shows all 5 locations, all 5 options for the locations for the second sign. Mayor Dean, I think, are we good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we can. Oh, it's all right. Councillor Schindler?
I'm wondering if there's an error on this. I believe that Site 5 was not behind the subway, but was in front of the
landing?
The landing, sorry. Is that correct? Or because there's 2 different maps in our package, and one shows 5 being right by the on-ramp to the number 1, and the other one shows it right by the landing.
Sorry, can I just zoom into this map, please? Site 5 would be on the, that is correct, sorry, yes. Site 5 would be, thank you for noting that. Site 5 would be more west of that figure. So it is in front of the landing instead of at the rear of the Chestermere Plaza.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, that said, so Site 1, let's start with that, is the site that is by Westmere. That's in the entrance of Westmere by the Storm Pond. It is along Chestermere Boulevard. Site 2 would be south side of John Peak Park. That's landmark would be where the boat launch is or where Tim Hortons is. Site 3 would be Anniversary Park, which is the beach. That's north side of it. And then Site 4 would be the green space that is by the entrance of the cove. That's where the cove sign is, and also across Founders Point, if you need a benchmark. And then Site 5, thanks, Councillor Schindler, that is by where the landing is, which is south of, which is on the original contract. That's southwest of Chestermere Boulevard and by Chestermere Drive, East Chestermere Drive. All right, so a map showing all locations is right in front of you right now, and we've gone through the locations. So after careful consideration and circulating with other city groups, it has been decided, or it's been brought up, that Site 2, which is the site by Tim Hortons, and Site 5, which is the site already on the original contract, are the best options for the location of the second sign. Site 5 did not push through, even though it was in the original contract, because of an opposition that we've received from an adjacent property owner, which that's been since 2020. So circumstances could have changed at the moment. So that's something that we can look after or research further if we decide going forward for that site. So all these sites are owned by the City of Chestermere. They're all located along Chestermere Boulevard, which is a highly visible area, and that is the intent of why we're putting up the signs. We intend that these signs be in a very busy area in a street where people can actually look at and have their ads up. Site 5, this location is a prime location as it's situated in one of the main entrances of Chestermere. This sign, although, is close to the residential area. So in terms of proximity, sites 1, 4, and 5 are within a 200-meter radius of a residential area. Sites 2, 3, and 5 are within close proximity to commercial and recreational amenities. Sites 2 and 3 are also along the lake, so in terms of sight lines, that could also be a consideration. It is, from what I understand, 27 feet high off the ground, so it's definitely not eye level. It's very similar to what we have now, which is along Chestermere Boulevard and Rainbow Road. So that is one of the signs that are already existing. In terms of implications, similar to all the signs that we already have, a lot of it would be so that we can assist in advertising local businesses. As I've mentioned in the past, we do have spots reserved under our contract, so we can also assist with promoting not-for-profit organizations. These signs can also help be a benchmark for areas that are currently recreational or are public use that we would like to promote. And mainly those are the implications. And then for the risks, since all signs are along Chestermere Boulevard, a risk that we see is that it may cause driver focus or cause distraction. Depending on the orientation of the sign, this may also be intrusive and cause disturbance to the residents of nearby dwellings. Although regulations can be put in place in terms of orientation, possibly also controlling the brightness of the sign or the operation hours of the sign. The sign may also have an impact on the view. As I've mentioned earlier, this is 27 feet high, although, people might see this as a deterrent to their view of the lake. So the recommendation that we have in front of you right now is for council to direct administration, to work with Pattison Outdoor Advertising Ltd. for the installation of the second sign at the southwest corner of Chestermere Boulevard and Chestermere Drive, road right-of-way identified under the property lease agreement, which was made effective August 1st of 2020. So that is Site 5. The other options that you might want to consider is if Site 2 is chosen, you would direct administration to work with Pattison for the installation of the second sign at Site 2, being the best alternative location after circulating with city groups, and to amend the property lease agreement. The last option would be for council to direct administration to amend the lease agreement with Pattison Outdoor Advertising to remove the second sign location on the lease and refund the leasee for the amount paid for the second sign. So that is if council decides to just keep one sign within the city and not to erect the second sign at all. That concludes my report, and I open the floor for questions. Sorry, if I may add, in terms of logistics, I know that in the previous in-camera session, we discussed about utility lines. There is also a map attached as Exhibit E that shows the shallow and the underground infrastructure around those sites. And I do have Pattison, representative from Pattison, Chris Ainsworth, to answer any questions you might have in terms of logistics and the connections of these signs to these utilities.
Sorry, Council, I'm having a moment of pause because I'm trying to figure out how can questions be asked about this right now that are not debate, or do we throw a motion on the floor and kick it? You know what I mean? So just give me a moment as I work through that.
I do have a logistics question.
Yeah, just 1 second. Okay, Councilor Schindler.
My question is just based on cost and what would the second option cost the city to refund Pattison for the part of the contract?
Through our CAO to your worship, to Councillor Schindler, upon checking with finance, as of the beginning of March, so our lease agreement with them is they pay us $500 a month for both signs, but we would have to refund them back half of about $11,000, so about $5,000 or $6,000, around that range.
Deputy Mayor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to administration. There was a complaint for the number 5 location. Was that a residential property owner or commercial property owner?
Through our CAO to your worship and to Councillor Sambo, that is a commercial property owner.
I believe, too, there was also some concerns, though, from the residents who lived across the street for both sites, 4 and 5. So certainly there was a lot of outspokenness, I think that's a word, from the commercial for Site 5, certainly. But I believe that there was also some for Site 4 and Site 5 from the residential that would be across the street from the Cove. Okay. Councillor Schindler.
From the design of the sign, is there a through the chair? I'm sorry, I've been failing at decorum today. Through the chair to through administration to you, what are the options for this sign to be, say, redirected in its position and utilized for community events, say movie night?
Through the CAO to your worship and to Councillor Schindler, if I may refer that question over to Pattison Sign themselves, because they know more about the design and how to orient that. Mm-hmm. Can I permit? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Council. Just so I understand the question 100%, so you're just asking, can the sign be utilized for that type of stuff?
Exactly.
That's exactly what it's for, 100%. So
yeah.
The one that's currently existing, and then the second one, if it's erected, Chestermere has the use of 3 spots. So without boring everybody, we sell 10 spots of advertising. So it's a 1-minute loop.
Right.
So every 1 minute it refreshes, and then you see the same 10 ads you just saw. So 6 seconds per ad. Chestermere in our agreement has the use of 3 spots on both signs. That's the exact purposes for community messaging, congratulating the junior hockey teams, that kind of stuff that can go on there. And the kind of cool thing with digital is that even though let's say 6 spots in total kind of thing is what you'd have to utilize, the digital messaging can be altered every minute. So even though you have 1 spot per minute, the next minute your message could be different in that slot, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking more along the lines of something like pivoting the sign for a night in August and showing a movie on it.
On the
having
actual
speakers and people bring out their lawn chairs. So I'm thinking specifically on Site 2 where the boat launch is. Having that sign pivot 20 or 45 degrees.
So pivoting the actual sign, once it's installed, is really not feasible. You have to get cranes on site. It's got to be rebolted. That's not a simple transition, unfortunately.
Okay.
Does that answer your question then?
Just a thought I had.
Yeah. Cool thought, because we've never done anything like that, but it would be quite the process to actually we'd have to have a crane pick the screen up. You'd have to actually put a new piece on, rebolt it down. So it wouldn't be overly feasible, but
it would be it would be, I think, very attractive for our residents to be able to use that sign for a family fun night or a music fest or something to that effect. And rent it or whatever we need to do to utilize that. So if you guys ever figure that out, the logistics of that, I don't think it's impossible.
No, just costly.
Just costly.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it can't be done.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think being a trial community on something like that might be a useful thing.
Okay, excellent. Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, so probably going to demonstrate a way I'm leaning. I'm wondering if we need to handle the options through a process of elimination, if you will, because, for example, if we were to have a councillor make the motion to amend the lease agreement, so the third option, if we were to go with that, well, then the rest of the conversation doesn't really matter because we're amending it. So I'm wondering if we should go through process of elimination and have that one put on the floor so that we can open it up for debate and then move from there. So do I have a councillor that would be willing to make the motion for the third option? Deputy Mayor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will make that motion, or try to. I move that council direct administration to amend the lease agreement with Pattison Outdoor Advertising Limited to remove the second. Keep going. All right, let me try that again. I move that council direct administration to amend the lease agreement with Pattison Outdoor Advertising Limited to remove the second location on the lease and refund the lessee for the amount paid for the second sign. And if I could comment on that, Your Worship.
Yes, I was just going to say today's kind of the perfect day to have you restart on a motion. Sorry about that. And you're sorry for that ongoing cough you're going through there, Deputy Mayor Sambo. That's not a lot of fun.
A couple of comments. I think as far as digital signs go, the one we have is nice. It's effective. It gives us a great opportunity to advertise for the city, for not-for-profits, for local businesses. No complaints there. Looking at the options that are available, I don't see any option that I'm pleased with. For myself, putting an obstruction within the sight line of the lake is not an option. That's not something that I would vote for at this time. If something significant happened, for example, there was a bridge redesign that elevated it by, 20 feet, then it would be less of an obstruction. But right now, currently, I think we would receive a lot of feedback on that. The other option, number 5, that makes the most sense to me logistically. However, it does sound like there are concerns from residents and businesses for that location. So I'm comfortable making this motion. I would be in favor of it.
Any other comments from council? Councillor Schindler.
So I'm kind of on the same train as Councillor Sandbo. I've heard from residents who live across the street from the sight line of number 5, noted that the light pollution from our current sign is quite extensive, and they're already dealing with blue lights from the highway. Having another light flashing in their windows would be I think an undue, just an extra hardship for these people who are already dealing with noise and lighting issues. Also, from what we're understanding, the complaints or concerns from the landowner or a business owner near there, I can't see us putting a sign in place blocking the lake, and I can't see us putting a sign that will put light into people's dwellings. If there was another location, perhaps in the south end of town, where we're having up and coming communities and a large amount of traffic heading towards Glenmore, that might be a better place, so we can build out from there and design our housing around that. But I'm thinking this motion is a good motion to support. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, to members of council, Lot signs are important. We don't have a lot of options in Chestermere, being Chestermere Boulevard, really, our main arterial road here. We constantly hear from residents that the city can do a better job of communicating things. I think this is a great opportunity. I do understand that it may cause obstruction of view and hassle for some folks. And with all the empathy that they chose to, purchase a home close to Rainbow Road. Sorry, not Rainbow Road, but Chestermere Boulevard. We do have very few options. I think we should pick, at least one of these. I'm personally quite happy with the 5th option. I do realize that, some folks are not happy with it, but then in reality, there will always be people that won't be happy with any kind of signs. I think it has a huge value to add in terms of communication. I'm not in favour of the motion, because I think signage is important. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to the presenter and the rest of council. I echo Councillor Narayan's sentiments about location 5. I think it's a great location. I think that that's a major concern that we hear from residents all the time, is that we don't communicate well with them, and I think this will address that quite well. I also think that currently at Site 5, there's a giant sign there already that's probably 8 feet by 10 feet. So I don't really see this sign obstructing the view more than the sign that's in place already, albeit it may be a little bit higher off the ground, but I think it's largely pretty close to the same diameter. So in addition to that, you mentioned that the business owner was against this location, and I believe that that business owner is no longer the owner of this facility.
That's true. That's true.
So with that, I support Councillor Narayan's comments.
Deputy Mayor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Is that something we can confirm? Is it a different owner there, so someone who has not expressed concern for that location?
Do you have an answer?
Yes, I do. So upon checking, the individual that complained in the past was known to be the owner of one of the businesses. As I checked recently, it's a numbered company or it's a company name, so I can't confirm if that individual still works under that organization. At least from looking at the records that we have, that's all I can confirm. Go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Adney?
Yeah, so through the chair, just was it the business owner of Dockside?
Yeah.
We know that? Because that business owner is changing at the end of the month to a new owner. I can confirm that.
So the owner of the buildings might be different from the owner of the land. Ultimately, the owner of the land would have all authorization. So I can't confirm that the individual that complained, who could be the previous owner of Dockside, is the same owner as the owner of the land, because the owner of the land that we have is an organization or a company name, not an individual.
Do you have the device so I can share my screen? Thank you. Can you? I'm doing the clicking the button thing. Help! Oh. Yeah. Okay. Sir, can we take a quick recess just so we can get the technology sorted out here, just so that, yeah, so we're just going to take a 5-minute recess here just so that, IT is coming in right now. Maybe we don't need to. I'm just trying to share my screen. I have it plugged in. I pushed the button. I did all the things. I know what's going to happen. We're going to do the beautiful IT thing where you walk in the room and it magically works, which is what I love about you.
Mayor Dean, do you still want to take a recess quick while he's doing that?
Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute recess to figure that out. We'll come back at 9:50. Thank you. Great, thank you. Coming out of recess here, thank you to our IT department who was able to assist with this. I believe my screen is being shared now with public. It certainly is here in council chamber. So I wanted to clarify a couple of statements that have been made. So number one, going to Councillor Schindler's point, at the very beginning of this conversation, Councillor Schindler brought up that on the map, site 5 is shown basically behind the subway building, behind that commercial area, which is incorrect. The sign would actually go to the area that I currently have on the screen. That's correct?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. So that's a point of clarity. So it's on the other side. So basically at the site where dockside / the landing is. So that's to clarify Councillor Schindler's point. To clarify Councillor Grant's point, Councillor Grant said there's already a sign there. And so I wanted to clarify if this was the sign. So you're talking about the bold sign that is right there that says Dockside Chestermere Landing. Is that the sign you are referring to?
Yes, and it would look bigger if you zoomed in on it more.
Sorry. Okay, so okay, so yeah, somebody save me right now.
Thank you, Your Worship. Let me ask a question so that you don't have to speak or try not to laugh. I had a question for Pattison, actually, through the chair. I'm wondering if this motion on the table did go forward, whether Pattison would explore other locations that were not city-owned properties.
If I might get Chris Ainsworth up the podium again, please. Thank you.
Good morning again. Thank you. Yes, 100%. I know one of the challenges when the RFP was done originally by Chestermere for these locations, permitting is one of the challenges, I think. So we're certainly not opposed to exploring a different option that would be more acceptable to the city. That's no issue. And it really just comes down to how that looks on a number of levels, but we're not opposed to it by any means, no.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, because to Deputy Mayor's point, there is a big old giant elephant in the room right now. And in that, if the city of Chestermere were to own another piece of property, then I believe that this conversation changes, because then I think there would be strong support, possibly unanimous. I do not want to, presuppose a vote before a vote happens. I do believe that there would be strong support for that happening if something else were to come to fruition. I think is the giant elephant in the room. I think the wrestling match that council is currently having, I think we can leave it up for a second. I think the wrestling match that council is currently having is we're faced with a decision today. And so I think we're trying to work our way through that decision. So council, to put the question to you, are we feeling a bit of a, because there's valid points on all sides, right? In my opinion, as I was sitting here as chair, sitting in the, literally in the middle of this right now, I certainly would echo all of the sentiments that were shared by Deputy Mayor and Councillor Schindler. I would probably myself be leaning more towards what Deputy Mayor and Councillor Schindler were saying, and would probably be voting along said lines. However, I also absolutely echo the sentiments of Councillor Ryan and Councillor Grant in that communication is something we are continuing to work on. Residents do want to hear more. There's opportunity for the city, not only for the city, but the city can support our not-for-profit groups with events that are happening that could be advertised on these signs. And so I'm literally in the middle, and my middleness completely changes if that elephant were to be taken care of.
May I?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So just to clarify, although options are in front of you right now to make a motion, there is also an option to table. To table making a decision today and come back in a future meeting when that question has been addressed. We have to, in my opinion, this is a huge addition to the city. It has its benefits and disadvantages. Some people are going to be happy, some people are not going to be happy. There's always going to be that debate. So if we are in a situation where we feel that timing is not right to make a decision right now, I would suggest taking that route instead. Another option would be to, if you would like us to further consult with the current stakeholders of Site 5 or Site 2, we can also do that. That's one thing that you can also direct administration under a motion to do. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I would be comfortable with that option. I also want to be respectful of the other party in this agreement because they are paying us for this location. And I understand it's not a large sum of money, but I want to be respectful of that agreement and make sure that the city of Chestermere is a good place to do business as well. So any commentary on that from anybody in the room? I want to make sure that we're not being disrespectful to the agreement.
If through the mayor, I think at this stage this has been prolonged for quite a long time trying to find this second sign. I do agree with Shamin that we should find the right sign for the community, and if that option is to wait maybe a month or two and see where we end up, if there's a better location that's at the forefront of all of our minds, then let's do it at that time. I'm not going to speak for Pattison, but I think at this point it's been something you've been working on for years. A couple months probably doesn't change that ability that we're still working forward, this council and this administration, in good faith to find a solution.
Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I listen all the comments with my peers. Excuse me. I think it's good practice to move forward this one. We should have the sign because it's long waited, and we have the in-camera already discussion as well. And we are taking money from them for how long? We are taking money from Pattison?
Since 2022.
So now it's a 2025, right? So I won't support this motion to return the money or anything like that because it's been a while. And the other thing is our community is loud. They are still we cannot reach everyone, like any event is happening or anything is happening into the community. They want to know, and why we want to lose the opportunity, that I don't know. For that, I think we should decide something to move forward in good faith.
Okay, so procedurally, we have a motion that's on the table that's made by Deputy Mayor Sandbo. There's been a suggestion from administration to table. I think you can make a motion to table while inside of a motion. I gotta look up our procedural bylaw just to confirm.
Yeah, through yourself, Mayor. Yes, you can table that motion. You'd still want to make a separate motion to table the entire item. I think as well, two options with the motion is one, you could continue with the vote and it could get defeated, and then you just move on to tabling the item, or Deputy Mayor Sandbo could ask to withdraw her motion And if there's unanimous consent on council, that motion can be withdrawn. And then again, you can table the item moving forward.
Okay, I feel like there's some consent from within council on this idea of tabling, given said elephant. So I wondered, Deputy Mayor, should we test that? Test the tabling? And I think to test the tabling would be to have you withdraw your motion, and then we could test the tabling, and then if the table fails, then you remake your motion, and then we vote on it. Does that sound good to everybody? Does that work? Deputy Mayor, are you comfortable with that since you're the one who had made the motion?
Your Worship, if it doesn't make a significant difference to you, I'd prefer to put the table under the motion, because I do still support this motion, and if nothing changes by the next time we review this, I would still like that motion to be considered.
So we're going to table both the motion and then table the whole thing? Okay. So then, no, because we were asking to table this motion. So, can I have a councillor motion to table, Deputy Mayor Sambo's motion, please. Councillor Schindler. Councillor Schindler, are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay.
I move that council table the motion, direct administration to amend the lease agreement with Pattison Outdoor Advertising Limited to remove the second location on the lease and refund the leasee for the amount paid for the second sign, and bring back to a future meeting of council.
Thank you. Call for the vote. Okay, and that's carried. So then, can I have a councillor make the motion to table? Yep. Yep, perfect. Can I have a councillor make the Deputy Mayor Sambo?
So through the chair, you don't need to make a second motion at this point because that motion.
No, we only tabled the motion now.
Yeah,
now we
but
need to do something with 6.4.
under our procedural bylaw,
Yeah.
when you table the motion indefinitely, which is what you've done with the intention of bringing back at a future date,
Yeah.
you've done with that. So a matter of motion has been tabled cannot be considered again. So this is the same. I think you've captured it in the motion. You're tabling the matter at the same time.
Okay. 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 So then we would be closing off item 6.4 at this point. Like there'd be no other motion needed because the advice from administration on this is that because we've tabled a motion, voted to table the motion, it's also tabling that entire item to come back all at the same time. So that when this came back, we would then be starting from the motion made by Deputy Mayor?
So through the chair, you'll be revisiting her motion as the first item of business on that.
Right, so 6.4, so when 6.4 comes back, we start from Deputy Mayor's motion, figure out what we're doing with it,
Yep,
and then move on to anything else.
correct.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you. That closes off, I believe that closes off item 6.4.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Great, thank you. With anticipation that our next motion is going to, I think, carry with it some debate, I'd like to call for a 10-minute break. We'll take an actual break this time and come back at 10:15. Thanks, everybody. Good morning again, everyone. Coming back now to our council meeting, we are moving on to item 6.5, which is new library funding models. This is being presented by Liz Armitage, who is our interim director of community growth and infrastructure, and Sandeep Johal-Watt, who's our director of corporate services.
Good morning. We are going to pass the mic back and forth a little bit, as this is a report that was prepared by both teams. And from my team, I do have Kate here to answer any technical questions because I am not the technical person on the OSLs. Ultimately, we have 3 recommendations coming out of this report. Whether or not that's where council ends, that is what we're putting forward. And the first is to rescind motion 240209-11, which is the motion that the official administrator give direction to administration to prepare and include a library offsite levy in the 2025 offsite levy amending bylaw. The second motion is that council direct administration to work with the Chestermere Library to revise the Chestermere Library business plan, December 2023 revised March 2024 in collaboration with the development industry, and council direct administration to work with our partners to prepare a Chestermere specific funding model for a future library. I'm not going to read through the history of the motions that have been passed. I'm going to get down to the questions that we were really trying to answer, which is how other municipalities fund their new libraries, potential partnerships, and other funding models. So what we have done is completed some research on the first one, which is how other municipalities fund their libraries. And you'll see here that Airdrie utilized a downtown community revitalization levy area plan. They also used MSI funding and tax increases. Okotoks has a voluntary community amenities contribution. Strathmore utilizes their MSI funding, and Cochrane utilizes the municipal reserve and grants. The municipalities have all adopted alternative funding sources for their libraries, including the voluntary levies, MSI, and other grants, and do not rely on their OSL programs. In regards to potential partnerships, I have personally had a couple meetings with a few different developers who have all indicated a willingness to partner with the City of Chestermere to secure more like a commercial bay or two in a new community to provide space for a library through a long-term affordable lease or partnership in some way, shape, or form. The details of an agreement have not been identified at this time, but it's important to note that the developers have specified that any sort of reduced lease rate and agreement in this manner would mean that it's not being part of the library OSL. They are not going to double fund a library. So just to make that abundantly clear, that is the conversations that have taken place. And so I will hand the mic over to Sandy to discuss other funding models. Sorry about the squeak.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So I'm here to discuss other funding models. In general, funding largely comes from the province or territory, often with additional supporting funding received from participating municipalities and, to a lesser extent, from federal programs and initiatives. The funding model, by and large, looks like this. The provincial or territorial government provides funding for public libraries on a per capita basis, as long as the municipality also contributes a certain amount on a per capita basis. Often the municipality will levy a special library tax for this purpose. Public libraries are a key component of Alberta's vibrant municipalities, and the provincial government is committed to maintaining a strong province-wide public library system. So I've just got some blurbs here from a few documents that I researched. In Alberta, it is governed by the Alberta Public Libraries Act. Governance and funding. Libraries, community, and voluntary service sector of Alberta Community Development and Library Boards. Operating grants. Provincial government. Budget 2024 includes stable funding for public library boards and public library network supports. All municipal, intermunicipal, and library system boards established under the Libraries Act can apply for an operating grant. Operating grants are paid annually. Operating grants assist library boards with library operation and provision of library service, including staffing, utilities, acquisition of resources, and delivery of service. Each municipal and intermunicipal intermunicipal library board is allocated base funding of $9,000 plus a percent rate of $5.60 based on the 2019 municipal affairs population list. Municipal and intermunicipal library boards that receive the minimum 5% increase from the 2022 to 2023 to 2023 to 2024 operating grant have had their grant amount maintained for 2024 through 2025. The allocation for Chestermere is $125,099. Establishment grants, provincial government. The minister may make an establishment grant to a library system or board on approving membership of a new municipality, improvement district, or Métis settlement on that board. This one-time funding may be paid pending availability. The grant is to assist with costs associated with bringing new member municipalities into library systems. General grants, provincial government. The minister may make a general grant providing funding is available to assist library boards with the following activities. Request for decision. To complete, amalgamate, or restructure library systems, to assist with restructuring due to municipal reorganization, to research, develop, and promote programs dealing with public library service, and to assist in resource sharing through the development of information sharing networks in Alberta. The minister may also make a grant under this category to Alberta organizations and Canadian corporations for research, development, and promotion of programs dealing with public library services. General grant municipal. A municipal or intermunicipal board may apply for a general grant to assist with activities that are supported under this grant category. Applications for general grants will be considered as funding allows and will be subject to a grant agreement. General. 5 other pathways to funding that council may wish to consider are charge for additional services, build valuable partnerships, revisit list of services, create space for innovation and entrepreneurship, and lastly, invest in technologies that with a proven return on investment. Thank you, Liz.
So as you hear and read through this report, there's multiple avenues on how to fund a new library. Many of the options identified in the report rely on positive relationships between the city and the development industry and our government partnerships as well. The development industry has expressed significant concerns about the size and scale of the library identified within the Chestermere Library Business Plan. Administration does not support adding the library OSL in 2025 because we want the parties to work together. Based on the report that has such a significant size of a library proposed, I do believe if council proceeds with this, we will end up in front of the Land and Property Rights Tribunal, and we will have a challenge there, which the only winners in those challenges are the lawyers who will be representing us. And what we have traditionally seen, I believe is presented before, is that the tribunal tends to side with the development industry when they bring these forward. There is no guarantees of an outcome, but I do want to express that based on conversations with the developers and the scale of the library identified, we believe we have strong grounds to believe that we will be brought in front of the tribunal for that to be reviewed. So given that, the position that administration is recommending is that we work together and we look at what the concerns from the development industry are, what the goals of the library are, and see if there's a compromise to be reached. Yes, that means it will not be in the 2025 OSL. It would then go forward in the 2026 if building a library through the OSL is the right avenue. I still have my personal doubts on that, and I think we need to follow through on some more research to determine what that location of funding should look like and how that would look. But knowing the size of the library that's actually needed and justified for our municipality will point us in the direction of potential ways to partner and fund a library. Ultimately, I think I just covered off the risks in the report as well with the discussion I just had. We are happy to answer conversations and have a discussion, as I believe this item will warrant a thorough discussion with council.
Great, thank you. I have difficult question that I would kind of like to dive into the deep end of the pool on and just kind of start with and then open it up. And so I caveat with, this is a difficult question, and I don't mean to come off as critical, but this question may come across as critical. So we have been aware of the need for a new library for an extended amount of time. When I was a counselor, I was one of the ones who was pushing heavily for things to be added to the OSL. That is no secret that when I was on council, it is something that I was pushing for. I would suggest to you that as a baby counselor, my understanding of the OSL model was certainly less than it is now, and I'm thankful to administration for the greater understanding I have of the OSL model. My question is, given that administration was looking at coming forward with an idea of not having it included in the OSL model, that's a recommendation. Council has not made that decision yet. Given that that was going to be the recommendation, given that this has been going on far before I became even a councillor, this idea of, so before 2021, that this was a thing, that a new library was needed within Chestermere. I'm wondering, how is it or why is that a suggested funding model hasn't been brought forward by administration to this meeting today? So if we weren't going to do the OSL, right, we looked at Airdrie, we looked at Strathmore, we looked at Cochrane, we've looked at all these, we looked at Okotoks, so thank you for all that work. That's awesome. Why isn't there a suggested other that's coming forward today?
So, through the chair to council, I think there is a suggested other of working with the development community. We've heard from the development community. They're willing to fund something like this. I think Ms. Armitage hit the main crux of this, is that we have a 5,600 square foot library right now, and this is contemplating building a 27,000 square foot library. And I think that's where the rub is with the community is, do we really need something that's 4 or 5 times the size right now for this community? Maybe long-term, that's where you'd like to get to. But I think what we're hearing from the development community and the people who are ultimately going to pay it, right now, this price tag has $14 million coming out of somewhere from the city, right? Whether that's tax dollars or it's using our grants for the library. I think what everybody is looking at is some kind of staged approach, if that's the term. Maybe we get a bigger library that's a little more temporary and look at a long-term funding model for something. So I think there's an option here. Why we haven't gone down and negotiated the details of that is, I think the first step is to relook at the report that this is being based off of. Right? So that's, so back to how the offsite levy models work, is you need a report to say that this is what is justified and goes in there. And I think that's where the pushback is from everyone, is that this report is shooting for the moon when maybe we should just be looking for somewhere in between.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Sorry, and I know, Council, I'm jumping ahead, so I will back off for a little while, and because I see hands going like crazy on this one. So we'll start with Deputy Mayor Sambo and then move to Councillor Schindler.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. The first comment I wanted to make is to please be cautious with comments. When Build was here giving a presentation, I asked the question, why do things typically go to the tribunal? And they said it would go to the tribunal if there was agreement that there was not enough information to justify an OSL that was put in. And given that the current motion that is on the table, what council has communicated so far is that the OSL should be included in the 2025 bylaw. It's kind of risky to be making statements to the effect that would allow the development community to take this before the tribunal. So please be cautious with those statements. I did have a question regarding the commercial bay idea. What size of commercial bay or bays are we looking at?
We have not got to that level of detail through these conversations at this point in time, so I don't know.
So typical commercial bay, are we thinking 2,500 square feet, 5,000 square feet? Just a rough estimate, are we talking 20,000 square feet?
I'm unable to provide an answer to that. Through the mayor to all of council and Councillor Sambo in particular, we have had zero discussions on that. The guiding document we have right now is the one that we've referenced in the report, that through discussions has been questioned by the development industry.
And so if I may add on to that through the chair to Councillor or Deputy Mayor Sandbo, almost did it. I think that's some of the direction we're looking for, right? This is that question of right now what the motion, et cetera, is go build a new library. There's no spot identified of where we're building this library.
Mm-hmm.
There's no land we own to build the library on. The question is, could we keep our current library and have a satellite library?
Sure.
Could we find bigger bays and put it somewhere? I think that's where there needs to be some more collaboration between administration and the library. And if I can just speak frankly, I think given the way the motion was from the official administrator, we haven't spent a lot of time on that other road just with everything else going on in here. And that's maybe what we're looking for from council is some direction of, we understand how important the new library is. I think it's just, what do we want it to look like? Is it part of our new rec center? Is it in that elephant in the room if something were to happen with that, right? What are our options? And I think that's just where we want to get some direction on that next step from council. And it may be to keep it in the OSL, as you know.
Sure. Well, and I certainly agree that libraries are very important. I've been very open with that. Your Worship, I have one more question, and then the rest of my questions would be considered debate, so I'll leave it there. We are talking about two different things in this report. We're discussing OSL for capital, and then a lot of the information in here is in operating. So could I have some commentary on that? Is there a request from administration right now to consider operating models or funding, or are we really just looking at capital at this time?
I'll take that. So through the chair to yourself, Deputy Mayor Sandbo, probably not necessarily for this request for decision are we looking for operating, but I think it's important point of building the new library. If we are looking at something, we do have to consider then how we're going to operate it compared to what we operate right now. In the report, in our agenda package, I believe they talk about the particular library that they're looking at having over $1.5 million a year of operating costs. And we've heard that our operating funding from the government is based on a per capita basis. So they'd be giving us $125,000 towards that 1.5 million. So I'm not necessarily sure this motion particularly to deal with the offsite levy is looking for that operating, but it's definitely something we should be including in this further discussion of what the new or expanded library looks like.
Councillor Schindler.
Through you to administration, I heard said that the library in the report is large. Can you tell me if there's a metric that is normally used to calculate the size of the library based on what criteria? If you don't mind explaining to me that, please. Thanks.
Oh, I think Kate's coming for this one.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Catherine Doherty. I'm the Manager of Infrastructure and Planning here at the City of Chestermere. My comments are through our CAO to Mayor and Council. Councillor Schindler, that's a great question. So in the OSL model, or when we're talking about the square footage, we rely on those expert reports. And in this case, the library report that we're referring to, indicated that based on the analysis done, that a library space requirement should be a 0.5 square feet to 0.62 square feet per person, such that the city would need a library of approximately 35,143 square feet to serve a future population of 70,287. However, the report then only went on to indicate that they were assessing a 27,400 square foot building, which would only serve a population of 54,800, which based on our population growth metrics, we're looking at reaching by 2037.
Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, through worship to and to the CEO and staff. If we were to put this on offset levies, let's just say for 2026, realistically speaking, what would we be ready to actually build this? And then I have a second question as well.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Armitage?
I don't believe we've identified the timing to build it at this point in time. So Kate might be able to answer where we're looking at having it in the OSL model.
Can I ask you to repeat the question, Councillor?
Yeah, so if we were, let's just say, to put this on OSL for 2026, when would we be in a position to start actually even building this?
That is a wonderful question. So I think one of the tricks that we have with our OSL model is that the OSL, when we add a project into the OSL, it means it will be fully funded in 25 years from the date of it being added in, which means that if we were to construct any item that's in our OSL, not only would the city be responsible for roughly $14 million of that $24 million cost, but we would be responsible for the difference between what we've already collected on our reserves and what we'll get from the developer's development over 25 years. So when we talk about timing things within our capital budget, that's where we talk about needing a robust funding model, where we're looking at it of, can we do a library and a rec center and a fire hall and twinning Chestermere Boulevard? No, we can't. So all of those projects need to be looked at holistically and seeing with the finance model for the city of where the value comes at what time. It's very similar to your own personal family budget where you can't go to Maui and to the shoe shop and buy your secondary home all in the same year because there's just not enough financing there.
No, that's very good. Thank you. And just second part to the question, I mean, you did bring rec center. Has there been any conversation? Is that even a possibility to look at if the library can be built in some sort of collaboration with Rocky View schools, being their high school will be in that vicinity? Is that a model anywhere?
So I can't speak to it in a ton of detail, but I do know that those models exist.
Mm-hmm.
One of the tricks, I think, with those types of models is that if a facility is adjoined to a school, it is owned by the school. It is not owned by the city. So we would not have ownership over, say, the building portion of it, but we would still be responsible from the operational cost point of view. So should that be something that's valuable to the city or a mechanism we want to approach further, we can completely have those discussions and those conversations. I don't believe it's been fleshed out like to very detailed levels. It's just an important understanding of if we do adjoin even, say, a gym to a school, then it's owned by that school board and not by the city.
Yeah, no, and I thank you for that, and I think that's something that I'll definitely be interested in finding more about.
Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is more towards through you to the administration. As the CEO Kent Edney mentioned, like developer and builder is asking how big according to our population, generally how big library, I know our library is small according to this population. How big do we actually need it rather than 27,000 or this? So we need to know first how big we need, then we can go for the money side. How much money do we need, or do we have that much money? We can build 30,000 or whatever the number, right? But we should have that money as well.
All right. So, through the chair to yourself, Councillor Randhawa, and I appreciate the question because it's an interesting question to me, and I know the mayor has heard me talk about this a lot, and I just relate it back to my time in the oil patch where we always looked at things per barrel and per cubic foot of gas, and it doesn't make any sense when a well costs you the same to drill no matter how much it produces. So when I start looking, one of my frustrations I think that we do quite a bit is we look at per capita numbers and we look at this kind of metric that, yes, it's probably useful and it's probably a good guiding document and somebody somewhere came up with it. But the question is, are you making good use of your facility when you're using that per capita number, right? Is there a way that we could find a smaller space with lower operating costs and look at it uniquely in a way that could serve what we want the library to do, right? And I think that's one of the challenges coming through the library too is, what does the community want the library to do? Does it want to just be rows of books? You go in and read rows of books. Do we provide programming? Do we have meeting space? Do we have all these extra things that I don't think have been fleshed out at this point? So my answer to that question is it definitely needs to be bigger than it is now. I think we all agree on that. But I think the first step needs to be, what do we want the library to do? And then look at it sort of through that practical, I'm going to say, engineering perspective of how can we find a space that we can do that all in that's efficient, functional, and relatively cost inexpensive. It's something, for example, we're doing with the fire hall right now. We know we need another fire hall. Does it need to be our flagship fire hall with 12 bays and for the future, or can we find something smaller and use that space a little more optimally? So I think that's what I would suggest we do with the library, is something along those lines, is not get stuck on a square foot per capita number and just look at what do we want it to do and how much space do we need for it to do that.
If I may, I think part of the Councillor Ndal, I don't want to speak for you, so please, if this is not what you mean, please feel free to correct me. What I'm hearing too within that question, which would be a question I would have, is if we are hearing back from the development community, and if there's this agreement somewhere that 27,000 square foot library is too big. So if that is, so the report from the library has a number in it. It sounds like there is some disagreement as to whether or not that is the number. Have we heard then a size? I think this is what you're getting at. Have we heard a size that's come back from them? So if the library is saying we want 27,000 and that is considered to be that's the luxury, and so the development community is coming back and saying, well, no, that's too big. Okay, fair. Have they come back, and I think this is what Councillor Schindler was getting at a little bit as well, have they come back to us with a number of, this is what we think that the size of the library should be? Because then, if that was the agreed upon number, would that then determine the number that then goes into the OSL model? Have they come back to us with the size that they believe the library should be? Ms. Doherty.
That's another great question. No, in short, we haven't been given, I have not heard of any point where administration has received a library should only be 5,000 square feet.
Sure.
That hasn't happened. I think what the concern with the report that we've heard anyways is more along the lines of, is purchasing land and constructing our own brick and mortar library the only option that exists for the city of Chestermere? And I think that the reality is that potentially that's a no. The city could rent base. We could do satellite options. There are other ways to build the library, and the report itself doesn't address any other solution. It just says we have to spend $2 million on land. The building has to be this size in a given location. So I don't think we're going to hear from the development community that they disagree with the 0.5 square feet per person aspect of it, because I don't want to quote where that came from, but it's probably rooted in something that makes good sense and is seen in other areas. It's more the way to address the need was only looked at from one angle in that report. It wasn't looked at, as an example, our fire facilities master study looked at a few different sites, right? It's holistic. It's looking at different options and different avenues, and that part was missing. So I think that's more the direction we've heard.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Armitage.
I will add through the mayor to all of council that I have heard comments that the size is very large. I have not heard a direction on what they believe that number should be. I do anticipate that a review of other libraries of what has actually been constructed versus what is recommended B, the number is a review that needs to be undertaken to compare other jurisdictions' newer libraries against those numbers that are in this report. The speculation that I've been told is that it is lower and that municipalities aren't building to that full square footage. That said, I can't validate that. So no, I have not heard a specific lower number, but I do anticipate that through a collaborative discussion, that number would come out and would be based on some review and factual data of more recently built libraries.
Councillor Schindler.
I've also heard a lot about building this library fairly quickly. There, if I'm correct, there's through the chair to administration, there's nothing tying us to building a library within 1 year to 5 years to even 25 years. We should have it done by 25 years from now, but basically, when we put in an OSL, that doesn't mean we have to build it tomorrow. Is that correct?
The OSL model looks at 25 years out, I believe, if it's going to be a number that we're collecting on. So it would be within that 25-year time frame that we would be looking to have it built. It does not specify the year at this point in time. It's about collecting those monies to bring it in.
Right. That also doesn't necessarily presuppose our population and the service amount of people that may be here, but based on how much we're growing and some exciting growth boosts that we're about to experience. Correct? Yeah? Okay. Most of my questions from this point on, I believe, are debate. Thank you.
Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have just a comment when Councillor Ryan for that the library with the school. Correct me if I may say that I think when we have the meeting with the Rocky View trustee, we brought that question that time and they said for the school safety and concern, so they always have library within the school for their kids, but from outsider just for the safety for the kids, they are not recommending that model for the joint.
There are models, though, where the high school and a library are attached. Cardell Place is an example. Strathmore has this example. There are certainly models that demonstrate, absolutely, they will have two separate ones, but there are certainly models across our province where a public library is attached within a rec center. I think, too, though, that one of the things that we need to acknowledge and recognize and remember is that since Cardell Place was built, the rules from the province have changed. Right, and that is a significant impact on that model that we have to now continually consider. Right, so while personally I am a fan of some of the things that happen with that particular facility, with the library being there, the arenas, the Bishop O'Byrne High School, I'm a big fan of it. The library has, the library. I apologize. The libraries everywhere. The province has changed the rules with regards to that, and that impacts that. I don't know a way to phrase this, so I'm just going to say it. And I think a tension in this, I wonder, is how do we make this a priority, right? How do we ensure that whatever happens within the debate? So I will open it up to Deputy Mayor here in a moment, as she was the first to indicate the idea of some debate. How is this? I think that's been the intention all along, right? The intention all along of whether it came from the official administrator or not, or this council, is how do we demonstrate that the construction of a new library is a priority for the city of Chestermere? How do we accomplish that? CAO, Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through yourself to council, you direct us to do that. Really, I mean, it's as simple. It honestly is as simple as that. I mean, I think with the transition from the official administrator to yourselves, there was already this report. It probably would have been in last year if it had been in time for the official administrator to make that motion. So it was really from that point of view, taking this same report and just moving it to here. And I think while we've consulted along the way, that's where we've come to this point today. But if you direct us to make this a priority and come back with some solutions, work with the developers, that's something all resource staff to accomplish that for you.
All right. Deputy Mayor, do you want to take the first swing at this? Well, that's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if Deputy Mayor has a approach that she was wanting to take on the debate side of this. Oh, it's all right. Do you mind if I go with Councillor Grant down there in the corner first?
Sorry, I just wanted to get this out before we got into the motion.
Yes, Councillor Grant.
So, through the mayor to administration, I think what we heard Ms. Doherty say is that we have many competing projects for our funds coming up. And I would like to hear from administration what would be our ability to afford to build all these projects in any kind of timeline anyways.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you.
I love the eye looks that go on there because I don't know who I'm calling on at
So
that
through
point.
the chair-
I watch for the mics to light up.
So through the chair to all the council, I mean, I think this is that discussion we had at interim budget, and it's a discussion we need to have at final budget. Nowhere in that model did we have a library in our funding model. So I think Ms. Doherty hit on it. It's a larger question around, we have a lot of really big projects coming up for this city in the short term. And where this fits in there and our ability to fund it is important. We keep talking about the offsite levy component, but at this stage, the offsite levy is only about 45% of the cost. The other 55% is the city. So, to your point, I can't directly answer that question right now, because if it was the only project we're doing, we absolutely have the funds sitting there aside today, right now to do. But considering all the other projects, some prioritization will have to happen.
So within that, if we entered into good faith negotiations with the development community and they decided to fund a library building, would we be responsible for that same component of funding, or would they possibly fund a larger portion of building it?
So through the chair to yourself, that's the part of the negotiations, right? So they might say, hey, we'd like you to cover half, because for half of the existing population, they might be excited to build a new library for the existing population. I think that's where some of those discussions give us a little more flexibility, whereas the offsite levy model is very sort of rigid. If we're planning for 60,000 people and we have 30,000 today, 50% is offsite levies, 50% is us. Whereas some of those negotiations can be had. I mean, there's opportunities, this particular contemplates a standalone building, but is there space in the new rec center? I don't think we've talked about that. Could there be space in the existing rec center? Is there space in commercial bays? Is there something else we could do to help accommodate that? That hasn't been explored at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Edney. And I have one more follow-up, Mayor, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we often talk about home affordability in Chestermere, and I wonder what adding another offsite levy will do to that. We all know that developers are in the business of building homes and making money, and I don't believe that this cost will necessarily be absorbed by them. I feel like it will be passed on, as the other offsite levies are, to the new homes that are being built in our community. So I don't know how to balance that, and I struggle with the whole offsite levy conversation about the timing of it and how we're collecting money. And it's not fully funded for 25 years. But by the end of 25 years, when we go to build something, it is now inadequate for our community. And that's a fundamental flaw, I believe, in the offsite levy. I'm not sure what it actually, it's a levy, I guess, Bill. I'm not sure what it is. So I don't know how to make that right. And I think that's the bigger problem is we end up collecting money, but we only get portions of money, and it's never enough to build what we actually need. And we always have conflicting projects that we got to prioritize up here. So I don't really have a nice way to wrap that up. Just that, there are lots of holes here, and there's lots of conversations, and I don't really know what's best at this point for the community. It's really hard without having a lot of information about what this looks like, what build will possibly contribute to something outside the offsite levy. I'm kind of inclined to let that process roll out and give them the little amount of time that they are asking for to talk about this before we proceed with it. So I think I'm getting close to now debating, and I should probably have a motion come forward before I continue.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Okay. Deputy Mayor, do you want to be the one to take a swing at this here?
Actually, no, Your Worship.
Okay.
I am very satisfied with the motion that has already been passed by council. And if another member of council would like to take up one of these motions and recommendations from administration, I'm certainly prepared to debate specifically on the financial implications of not putting in an OSL this year.
Sorry, which past motion are you comfortable with? Sorry.
The motion that includes a library OSL and the 2025 offsite levy amending bylaw. That is already passed by council.
Gotcha. So the one the official administrator passed. No, it has not been rescinded. That's the recommendation. Okay. All right then, Council. Councilor Schindler.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I would be happy to do the second motion. It seems prudent that we update that plan to include some of the criteria spoken about today. That would also add, I think, to this discussion as opposed to changing what the official administrator motioned last year.
Sorry, can you say that again? So you're thinking about the second motion because what, sorry?
Because it allows the administration to look into the business plan for the Chestermere Library that was created in December of 2023, revised in 2024. Perhaps it could use some revision based on the conversation that we've had today about various other sites and options. I don't think that would change the original motion. I think that would just add to it. Any comments on that?
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just through yourself to council, just to maybe add some more information to Councillor Schindler's comment there. One of the processes we do with the offsite levy, especially if you think transportation, sanitary, water, is we're constantly updating the reports that go into the offsite levy, and that's what helps us adjust our offsite levy bylaw every spring. So there is an option to proceed under the current motion and have motion number 2 where we bring back some new revised report to be included in next year's offsite levy bylaw, at which point you might adjust where you go. And I wanted to make one comment just around Councillor Grant's observation on the offsite levies, and we'll have a larger discussion when we do a workshop and we come to budget time. We do ultimately collect the full amount of the money. It's the timing of the money versus the expenditure of it that creates the problem for us. And in the offsite levy model, there's an opportunity to take out a debenture against that future cash flow, but that then impacts our overall debt limit. And when you have too many debentures against too many offsite levy projects, we exceed our debt capacity, and that's really where the main crux of it comes in with all these projects. So just wanted to add those 2 points just for information for you.
Deputy Mayor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship. Some additional commentary on that. In the report, administration had noted that Airdrie did a tax increase to the tax stabilization fund. It's worth noting that that fund is specifically for that purpose. So when major capital projects come out, you don't need a huge tax increase. It seems like a really smart model, and I think it's something we should be considering for all of our capital projects in the future.
Okay. Okay. Oh, why don't we test the second motion then? So, Councillor Schindler, are you wanting to make said motion?
Yeah, I could make this motion. I believe it might add to the conversation.
Okay.
And allow administration to continue on. with the next year's, at least next year's revision to the offsite levy models. Yes? Okay. I move that council direct administration to work with the Chestermere Library to revise the Chestermere Library Business Plan, December 2023, revised March 2024, in collaboration with the development industry.
Comments, questions from council? Councilor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with this motion. I think it's a first good step. I think we need to engage with industry partners and make sure that what we're building is the proper thing for everyone. Once that is developed, I think then that's the opportunity to go down further steps, and whether they're going to fund it or whether they're still going to push back and we're going to proceed with an offsite levy. So I think this is a good starting point. I think this is a good faith starting point, and this is where I think we should begin.
Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, through your worship, and to members of council. And I would echo what Councillor Grant just said, because eventually, yes, we do want to direct administration to go back to the development community to discuss this further. But I think we'll be setting them up for success once they know exactly what it is that they're proposing, and therefore taking it back to the library as per this particular motion to revise what's being proposed. It'd be a good way to go. Just another comment with why I would also support administration that we shouldn't be adding this to the OSL is I was looking at our strategic vision, and I stand to be corrected. The entire package has no mention of library in it. I guess as council, we need to look at that. I know we have a lot of priorities, and the library didn't quite make it there, and therefore didn't make it to 2025. But it's something that I'd say to the new council, definitely incorporate library in there. So thank you.
Thank you. I've Deputy Mayor Sample.
Two comments, and first of all, I'll just offer a different perspective that I'm hoping is not debate to that, but council did put recreation in our strategic plan, and I think it's a really narrow view of recreation to say you got to get sweaty for it to count. So I would say that the library is included in our strategic vision. I also wanted to comment on this motion in just saying that City of Chestermere has a really powerful collaborative model on OSL with the development community, where we're returning to this every year. And we've heard that not every community does that. So if OSL was to continue on for this year, we have that opportunity to continue that conversation next year. Nothing is ever finite. So I absolutely support this. I always think there's room for more planning, and with the community developing as quickly as ours is, and with the demographic changing as quickly as ours is, I think it is smart to make the best plan we can today and continue planning and change as we go.
Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, I echo that. Libraries can be more than just books. Libraries can be spaces of collaboration. Libraries can be spaces of making, crafting, discussions, etc. Like, libraries aren't just books. And I think if we look at it narrowly, that, a big, 27,000 square foot library would be a lot of books. However, those meeting rooms, the engagement areas, the playgrounds that now exist in normal libraries, it's not a lot of space once you start filling it up with those things that we desperately need and our community has desperately asked for. And we do have those comments in stacks. So I think that working with the development industry and working with the library, we can certainly come up with a kick butt approach to making our recreation more holistic, and I'm really really hoping that we pass this motion.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I definitely support this motion. The reason is that I know our library is small, but at least we have the library. We don't have the rec. So rec is always our first priority. And it's not like we are forgetting. Obviously, we want to work with the developers and stuff for the future and to get the idea how bigger library we need and when we can start building. And rather than is covering for 25 years and stuff, that is also the question. It is behind my back, but definitely we want to. I will support this motion at this moment to work further, but we don't have a rec center. That's why we put the rec center at the first. For our community, at least I know the library is very small, but we still have it. Depends on the every generation. Sometimes they just think library is books, but if it's kids, there's other things as well. So in the future, we need a bigger library. How big? I don't know yet until it's proper planned.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments with regards to the motion, either from administration or council? Okay, so I've heard it said a couple of times, so I'll address it. This motion does not presuppose that this then moves the OSL to 2026, because we still have the other motion on the floor. This is what I thought somebody was going to bring forward, so I'll bring it forward. So I just want to be clear that when administration brought us the three motions, they brought us in a particular order, right? I certainly do support this model. I think that we should do this. But I think after we are going to need to deal with 2025 versus 2026, right? So again, I support this motion. I just want us to clarify comments that have been made by at least three of us up here that this kind of, oh, well, good, we're going to do this, and then it'll be in the 2026 model. That is not what this does right now. This is a great motion. I do support it. I just want to make that really, really clear for all of us to understand, just because of some comments that have been made. Okay, with that then, any other comments or questions from council with regards to the motion that is on the floor? Okay, so with that, I will call for the vote. Okay, and that's carried unanimously. Great, thank you. Are there other? There are two other recommended motions that were brought to us by administration. Are there any of the other two motions that we would like to look at? I certainly would like to have the third one explored for sure, but I do think we are going to need to wrestle with the first one as well. So. Sorry. I'm going to, Councillor Schindler, if you don't mind, I'm going to go with our CAO first, and then can I come back to you? Is that okay? Of course. Thank you. Mr. Edney. Or somebody.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to council, just hearing the debate with respect to the third potential motion that council's considering to work with our partners to prepare a Chestermere-specific funding model for a future library. I think there might be some ability to amend this motion to capture the year 2025, but also administration heard exploration ideas from council just with respect to what the model, what the physical structure, the physical library may look like. So perhaps there's an ability to also add to this motion that administration bring back different models of a library to council maybe prior to summer recess, because that would then perhaps give administration time to work with the community and to look at other potential projects in the future, because we have a lot on the books right now, and to bring back some models for council's consideration. So there might be two avenues to add 2025 for OSL, but also to explore models of an actual library and giving administration some time for council to then consider it before its summer recess. Just a suggestion.
Okay, so if I may clarify, what you're suggesting is that council would not be looking at, there'd be an amendment to that third recommendation right now from administration. So we wouldn't necessarily make this one. We would make some amendments. So can we work with Ledge Services on what a proposed, there we go. Is this what you were, the motion that's on the screen?
Yes, correct. The third motion, Mr. Mayor. And if we do need to maybe take 5 minutes to explore that and then come back into session, that might be an option as well.
By taking 5 minutes to explore it, you mean work with Ledge Services on what that looks like and then bring it back? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so why don't we call a 5-minute recess to allow administration to get that recommendation for council. We'll come back at 11:20. Thanks, everybody. Great, thank you. Coming out of recess, we had a recommendation from administration that they were going to bring back a couple of different motions for us to consider. So this would be instead of the third option that was within our package. I believe that, so if I can, so this is one of the motions that is that administration, so there's two motions that administration is recommending instead of the third one. So this would be the first one, and just to demonstrate for all of council here, so this would be regularly, just as a explanation of process, this would regularly be within our agenda packages so that everybody could see what the recommendations were coming from administration. So instead of the one that is in there, this is one of the ones that is being recommended that council direct administration to work with our partners to prepare a Chestermere specific funding model for a future library and explore integration with offsite levy models is the one that, and then can I have the second one as well, please? That so the second one being council direct administration to explore different concepts of the provision of library services in Chestermere by working with our partners and bring back a comprehensive report before August of 2025. So these would be, instead of the third one, these would be two separate motions. So these are recommendations from administration. So do I have a counselor that is comfortable making, can we go back to the first one? Do I have a counselor that is comfortable making the first one and then opening this one for debate? Nobody wants to make this motion. Councillor Ryan. Yeah, 1 second. Councillor Ryan.
It's a move, Council Director Administration to work with our partners to prepare a Chestermere specific funding model for a future library and explore integration with off-site levy models.
Great, thank you. Now, comments, questions, debate, concerns to Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Is the intent of this motion to also rescind the motion for the 2025 offsite levy amending bylaw, or this is in addition?
Oh, great. Thank you for that. To clarify, I believe that we are going to need to deal with that first recommendation. And so this would be in addition to that we would be, yeah. We will at some point have to deal with this first one, just even based on the one that we just passed, just because of timelines. Councillor Schindler. Sorry, timelines, I'm seeing some looks, because the first reading for 2025 comes August, oh my goodness, April 8th. Councillor Schindler.
If I may propose a friendly amendment to explore integration with 2025 or 2026 off-light set levy models.
The only thing we can, that then presupposes we're going to do something with the other motion, though. Deputy Mayor Sambo?
Your Worship, I don't believe it does. It's talking about 2026 off-site levy models, not 2025, so the existing motion would remain.
Okay. Councillor Ryan, this was your motion. Are you good with that? He's saying yes. Okay. Okay.
I'm
good.
Happy with that too.
Okay. Any other comments, questions with regards to this motion? Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, I'm just sort of trying to understand why the 2026 is needed. So I think from administration's perspective, there is a council motion out to include this in the offsite levy bylaw that's coming for first reading in 2 weeks. And we're proceeding on that, and these are subsequent to that.
I think
these are in addition. These are other things we're going to do on top of that.
Correct. At the moment, we're, I believe, going to have to deal with that issue. We'll deal with that one next. I think to Deputy Mayor's point and a point that was made earlier by Deputy Mayor, we do review our OSLs yearly. Right, and so I believe that is why Deputy Mayor is suggesting that this does not presuppose a motion because of that yearly review that happens, which I believe is why Council is comfortable with this being added, because of that yearly review.
So I think through the mayor, I just, if that other motion is staying, I think they're a little bit contradictory.
That's why I think
That's what I'm worried about right here, right now, is you're going to have two motions on the book that this to me implies just look at it in 2026, whereas we have a motion right now that's telling us to do in 2025. Whereas without the date in there, we're just going to integrate it into the offsite levy model whenever we're ready. I would prefer to leave it that way unless you know you are going to rescind the other motion.
I agree with you, Mr. Edding, that is exactly why I said I think it presupposes something else, which is why I did not necessarily support that, but I was. So, Councillor Schindler.
My purpose for the amendment is that because we have only a couple weeks before that offsite levy model has to go to first reading, I feel like there's not enough time to come up with a meaningful, holistic look at a future library and explore integration with the offsite levy models other than the work that's already been done.
Again, I agree. I think you're presupposing another motion. That's what I'm concerned about with the date. I have the same concern as our CAO. But if council doesn't share that concern, that's fine, because if the majority of council is fine with this being added, then that's majority rules. I will express that I have the same concern, but I do believe that we are going to have to deal with the first one, which we will deal with right after this motion.
If administration feels like they can do some changes before we get to first, second, and third reading, then take it off.
So through the chair, no, I don't think this is presupposing anything changes in 2025.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, we have a motion that's passed that's already on the table. We have to rescind that, but we still have to currently act like it is on the table.
Well,
and it's still going ahead in 2 weeks. So I'm wondering if you don't add that also presupposes that we're going to change that motion.
Okay,
so
sorry.
If I may, I think administration is recommending these motions the way they're worded because we are assuming you are not rescinding the other one. That we are going to include the library offsite levy in 2025. We're going to start collecting on that model that's in here right now, and we are going to look and work cooperatively with the development community to come up with a new model that can be changed in 2026 and adjusted as we go forward.
Okay, so here's what I think we should do. We're debating another motion right now. I think we should stop doing that. So I think what we should do is, Councillor Narayan, I would recommend you rescind your motion right now, and we go to the other motion and have that debate, because that debate's then going to determine some other things, would be my recommendation at this moment. So, Councillor Narayan, if you are okay with that recommendation, would you be able to withdraw this motion?
Yes, I'll gladly withdraw my motion.
Okay. And we have figured out now that we don't need to vote on the councillor withdrawing his motion because they're withdrawing it? Okay.
Sorry, through the chair. Once the motion is made, it's the property of council. So now council has to vote unanimously to rescind that.
Okay, so Councillor Narayan has now motioned to withdraw his motion. Can I call for a vote on Councillor Narayan withdrawing his motion, please? Okay, so that is carried unanimously. So then I do think that we do need to go and figure out what we're doing if we are going to be rescinding the motion from the official administrator or not. So can I have a councillor make the motion to rescind motion 240209-11, please? Councillor Schindler.
I'm thinking I would like a recorded vote on this one.
Sure. Yep, we can do that. Absolutely.
Before we read that. Thanks.
Okay. So can we have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Ryan.
Yes, move the council rescind motion 240209-11, motion that the official administrator give direction to administration to prepare and include a library off-site levy in the 2025 off-site levy amending bylaw.
Great, thank you. Okay, now, comments, questions from council with regards to the following motion that now has been made. Okay. Deputy Mayor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I want to level set again, as I often like to do, to make sure that we're all on the same page. So if I'm understanding correctly, the major driver to not include libraries in the 2025 OSL is because the development community does not feel that a 27,000 square foot library for a population of 44,000 people is reasonable. Is that correct? It is. I'm getting a head shake back there.
Okay, so yeah, that's a great question I think we should deal with first. So Deputy Mayor, then your question is, what are the major driving forces for administration recommending that we rescind this motion? Is that kind of the bigger question we're looking for?
That's correct, Your Worship,
Okay.
and I have a series of questions that lead to debate as well.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Doherty.
Sorry, through the CAO to Councillor Sambo, I just want to have a point of clarification. The numbers were used, and the square footage that was proposed for 27,400 square feet library at 0.5 square feet per person is for a population of 54,800, not 44,000.
Okay. Mr. Edney?
So sorry, through council, I guess, to administrative staff, is that the crux to Deputy Mayor Sambo's question? Is that the crux of why we're asking to remove this, is the size of the facility, or is it the collaboration hasn't existed and under other models of library service delivery haven't been looked at, whereas most reports we have a number of different options, when this report simply looked at only one particular option? Is that the development community's concern?
I think our CAO said that beautifully. Yes, it's the fact that we have a very singular report that only looks at one possible avenue and addresses nothing else, and says that if we build the library, it must be this specific library at this specific cost, and it didn't. The report that we have doesn't holistically look at robust funding models, other options, and if there are satellite options or other ways to have a library be successful at the city. So it had a very narrow scope, and they find issue with the fact that the scope was so narrow.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, thank you as well for that clarification. So I have some numbers assuming that 44,000 population, because that's what I see in this report in the section I'm looking at. However, I think that actually strengthens the numbers that I'm presenting, because you're talking about a larger number of people. So under that assumption that the development community does not feel that this size of library is justified, I'm incredibly disheartened that we were not able to go back and look at this and make this a priority over the last 14 months. But knowing that, for clarity, we have no disagreement that libraries are valuable pieces of community infrastructure and that Chestermere residents deserve to have healthy, community-focused spaces to gather, socialize, recreate, learn, and grow. We have agreement on that. Okay.
Sorry, just before that, where in this are you getting the 44,000 from?
On page 3, grow to a population of about 44,000 by the year 2044. And it says greater service area included in this number would be almost 51,000. So the 44,000 would be assumed to be Chestermere, not the greater service area. That's what I'm seeing.
I just want to make a point of clarification with that, because the first comment that was made about the development community having an issue with the size. I stand by the fact the development community does not have an issue with the size. The development community has an issue with the fact that the report only looked at one funding mechanism for that library, and that it had to be a standalone brick and mortar building with land purchases, etc.
Right, and
I just want to clarify that that's the feedback we've heard. It's not 27,000 square feet versus 29,000 square feet. That's not accurate.
Right, and I understand that, but the point remains that we had 14 months to look at other options and we didn't, so this is what we're looking at right now. Your worship, I'll continue if I may. It's good that we agree that Chestermere residents have a right to this kind of community space, because I'm not sure if everyone is aware, but we actually have about 5,000 or 6,000 people going through the Chestermere Public Library every month. So for context, that's close to filling McMahon Stadium twice every year. That's how many people are going through the Chestermere Public Library. And I know that we also have no disagreement that our current library is too small, because we've talked about that today. I looked up some numbers. The government of Alberta does put out numbers on square footage, which we've talked about how that can be problematic. But if you look at our comparable communities, on average, our comparable communities had libraries with 0.48 square feet per person. Today, not in 2021 when that number is from, but today in Chestermere, we have 0.19 square foot per person for roughly a 28,000 population. So in plain language, that means that our peers are 2.5 times better than us. And I know that we want to be a leader in this province. That does not align with that. So going back to the development community a little bit, they feel we've not appropriately demonstrated all the available options to support a 27,000 square foot library. But frankly, by the time the 27,000 would be built, it would already be over capacity. And this speaks to a comment that Councillor Grant made, which is we need to get out of this Ponzi scheme and we need to start thinking about the future. I want to share some information that I've learned about libraries in the region and about OSL. What a bad day to have no voice. So from talking to many of our political peers, I honestly believe that if Chestermere does not include a library OSL, we might be the only one in the region that doesn't have one very soon. I had the opportunity to do a dive into the Airdrie context, as well as some of the other examples in here. And I do think there's some context missing. So a levy area plan was one of the examples used for Airdrie in this document. And this is something that Airdrie needed to request special permission from the province to do. This is not something we can just do. We need to go through a process to get special permission to do that. And the levy area does not primarily fund the library. The purpose of the levy is primarily to assist with business revitalization and growing the business district. So I asked about this, and this is likely to bring in about 8% of the cost of the library from this particular levy. So in Chestermere, if we were going to do 8% of a $24 million library, someone help me with my math, that's still $22 million that we need to generate. So it would get us some, but not much. Airdrie also used MSI. Chestermere could and may use MSI, which makes me wonder what we're willing to not fund with MSI in its place. So we've talked about how we have so many different projects and a limited number of dollars available to us right now. So what wouldn't we fund? The new rec center? Will we choose a library over a rec center? Will we choose a library over a road project? What wouldn't we fund if we were going to use MSI for a library? Because remember, we have 2 McMahon stadiums every year going through that library. So how are we going to service those people? We can't afford to cut any of our planned projects, and it's the library that's falling through the gap. I don't think that's fair. The third option is taxes, and this is something we hate talking about. Chestermere could raise property taxes to build a library. But I think that this council and administration have demonstrated a sensitivity to the challenge Chestermere families are facing right now. Even though we have not raised our tax rate this year, the province's education tax rate will pull millions more from Chestermere families than it did last year. And because Chestermere is such a desirable place to live, property assessments are going up, which means that the average household will pay more this year than ever before. And that's with us not raising our taxes. Mm-hmm. I do not believe there is appetite from our ratepayers to raise taxes to build a library in Chestermere. So again, the library and the kids and families who cherish it fall through the cracks. Now in Okotoks, the voluntary contribution idea is interesting, but I would say that if anyone was going to put up their hand and volunteer to help fund a library, they might have done that already. Strathmore is using MSI, and again, what would we cut to use $24 million in MSI to build a new library? Cochrane is using reserves and grants. Reserves, in my opinion, are possibly an option. But after reviewing our finances, I do not have confidence that we have enough in reserve to adequately meet all of our planned needs, never mind a library. Cochrane is also using grants. The major grants we would apply for would be from the government of Alberta. And as we all know, the province has cut infrastructure funding to municipalities and libraries this year in response to negative economic trends. Grants will be few and far between for several years. I don't think these are a viable option to fund $24 million or more. Going back to Airdrie, their new library took 15 years to get to the point where they are finally building one. If we start today, in 15 years, we might be looking at a library. And they're going from 13,000 square foot to 53,000 square foot. So that's about 4 times the size increase. So when we're talking about going from 5,500 square feet to 27,000 square feet, that's about a 5 times increase, which is really right in line with what our peers are doing. We're not out to lunch. This is what the community is doing around us as well. And I'll remind you that the number I gave you earlier that said our peers were 2.5 times better than us at providing library space, that gap is going to go up significantly in the next few years as other communities are realizing they need larger libraries. Not only are we falling behind our own population, we're falling behind our peers, and we want to be a leader in this province, not the statistic that pulls everybody else down. So I want to talk about some estimates of what we lose if we don't start an OSL this year. Based on my numbers, which I'll admit I don't have expertise in this, but this is what I have available to me is population data. We've already lost over $4 million in library OSL since about 2018 when we could have begun collecting a library OSL. $4 million lost through a Chestermere boom. With inflation and our rate of growth, imagine how much we are losing every single year that we do not establish an OSL. And remember, OSL is not retroactive. We can always change our OSL moving forward. We can never go backwards and collect for the past. If we do not put an OSL in for 2025, every single development started this year will be wasted. So it's my assessment that the risk of not putting in a library OSL now is huge. It's financially huge. It guarantees that our existing population will be paying high taxes in the future, and I did some calculations. It would be to the tune of $1,500 per household in taxes if we do not put this OSL in place. If we fund this through taxes, $1,500 per family. And that's based on $24 million divided by, let's say, about 15,000 households at the time we're ready to build this. Right now we have about 9,000, so that's sometime in the future. And you might say, well, if we charge OSL on development, that will likely be added to the new home price. But tell me what's more ethical? Adding about $600 to the sale price of a $700,000 new build, which is about 43% of that $1,500, and giving home buyers the chance to choose not to buy that home if it's outside their budget and their mortgage options, or forcing every existing family in Chestermere to spend $1,500 through a tax and giving them no opportunity to say no unless they want to literally walk away from their family home. How many of our families right now can absorb $1,500? Things are expensive. I personally think it's more ethical to offer the option to new home buyers rather than forcing it on existing families who have no choice. So in my opinion, the risk of not establishing an OSL is financially massive. We agree that libraries are critical pieces of community infrastructure. We agree that all of Chestermere deserves access to community space and that 2 McMahon stadiums go through our library every year. We know that we're failing at being a leader in the province in this regard because our peers are 2.5 times better than us at providing library space. We have lost millions in library OSL already and are positioned to lose millions more if we do not establish a library OSL this year. Our other options for funding other than OSL are not viable at this time unless we are seriously considering a major tax increase. And if we choose not to make this decision, push this off, we are not being courageous. It's time. We've been talking about this for a decade. So I would ask Council to continue moving forward with the direction that was given 14 months ago by the official administrator and include a library OSL in the 2025 OSL bylaw because I don't believe we can afford not to.
Thank you. Comments, question, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a lot there. I'm not sure where to start. So largely I agree with Councillor Sambo's sentiment in we do need a library, a new library soon. And the question is how do we fund it? You know, I think there was a lot of leading comments there that I don't necessarily fully agree with. For example, the tax implications, there will still be tax implications to residents as the offsite levy model only funds part of the library. So there still will be tax implications to have that built in the future. I also don't necessarily agree that if we don't do it now that we're going to lose that offsite levy money, because if the builders do step up, then really we've lost nothing and we've gained really more money because they contributed earlier than what they planned to. Something else we mentioned is I thought I heard that we also service the area around us, in that we service Rocky View County with our library. And I wonder, are those people given free library memberships in Chestermere as well, even though they're not contributing to the funding of it? You can wait, please. So the other part that I have a question about is the numbers of people coming through the door. And the number of people coming through the door, I don't believe that's a fair metric, because it's just a door opening. It's not individual people. So that same person could be counted 60 times in a month. So I realize that I'm kind of talking out of both sides of my mouth here, but these are the things that I struggle with. And I don't have a predetermined position on this. I do think we need a library, but I do think we need to figure out how to fund that in the most ethical and viable way for our community. And I'm not sure what it is yet. Janelle, or Councillor Sambo may be exactly right. I just haven't got to that conclusion.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you, your worship. Actually, I have one question for the McMahon Stadium. The things I know, our library is small. We all talk, and we do need library. We are not against at all not to build the new library on a bigger level. I think majority or all council is agree on that. But the reason is people comes to the library because we don't have in our community the rec center and other amenity where the people can go. So only the option they have, they comes to the library. And I echo with the Councillor Grant as well. But my one question is to you as a chair. So is this we were going through debate or speech or what, and what is our limit to listen from other councillor? So 3 pages, or we can question and others have rights to question as well. So because this one will bit longer than I sit on this meeting.
Yes, thank you. To address that, within our procedural bylaw, a councillor may speak up to 5 minutes on a given item. It's also at the discretion of the chair. I think that's something that I have demonstrated is, as chair, I am very comfortable with allowing items that a councillor, whoever they may be on this council, that may be passionate about, to allow some of that leeway. That does not mean that I always agree with what a councillor says, but I am quite comfortable. I would also suggest, Councillor Randawa, that had you had an issue with what was happening, you can call for a point of order at any time that we can then vote on. So if in the future, if there is a concern that happens with how long a councillor is speaking, then I would invite any council member under our procedural bylaw to simply call for a point of order, and then that discussion can be had. Within our procedural bylaw, again, it's the idea of speaking twice, once in debate, once in question, also with a 5-minute time limit. However, I have often as chair allowed that to be flexible and have done that for each and every council member on this council. And in the future, if you have an issue with how long someone is speaking, please call for a point of order.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Schindler.
Hooray. A lot's been said. I think that a lot. I think that we're sort of on a precipice here, and I think that we can have a leap of faith and hope that that our development community is not going to jump into court to bring us to a tribunal to have this this rescinded. Though I'm not sure that they may do that. I think that as we go forward, an incentive for our development community to come back to us and say, hey, by the way, we would love for you to build a library for you. Here's the parameters that we're willing to offer you, and we're going to do this. So if you wouldn't mind, maybe let's look at your offsite levy model, and maybe you can reduce it or eliminate that library offsite levy for us. I would be amenable to that, and I would actually motion to have this motion come back at our next meeting for first reading, and have this levy taken off if they come back immediately and say, hey, we're gonna do something for you. But right now we haven't seen that from them. We've heard them say, yeah, it's too big. Yeah, we don't really want to do that. Well, I think it's time that we call them on that and say, hey guys, we want to work with you. We want you to work with our library. We want to make this place desirable. A great library sells houses. A great library attracts people to our community. We want you to do that for us and name it whatever you want, but we want that library, so let's do something. I think if we're going to rescind this now, that sends a message that we're willing to put it off. We're not really keen on building a library. I think this motion is premature. I think that, this would be incredibly foolish of us to remove this at this time. That's all I've got to say right now. Thanks.
Okay, I saw Deputy Mayor's hand go up, and I believe may want to respond to some of the comments. I would like to add to those comments. I'm really struggling with some apps, kind of the paper tiger, if you will, comments that are being made. That if we don't put this in the OSL, that people's taxes are going up $1,600. Well, that's just simply not true. Sorry, that's a concluding statement that then presupposes something else will happen, and so I struggle with statements like that. I struggle with statements like, well, there's two McMahon stadiums that are walking through there every year. To Councillor Grant's point, that's a door opening, right? I also struggle with comments that if you vote a certain way, you are foolish. I struggle with that comment. Because a councillor should be able to hold on. I get to finish now.
That in my mouth. I did not say that.
Well, that's what you said.
No, I said it would be foolish for us to remove this.
Right.
I didn't say a councillor is foolish.
So that it's a foolish decision for them to make, and
it's a foolish decision to remove this.
Okay. Right. So.
I did not call an individual.
Okay. So I'm struggling with the I am struggling a little bit with some of that commentary. I am certainly a proponent that there is no question in my mind that we need a bigger, more robust library. I'm certainly of the opinion that we have inherited a situation that this council is having to address and deal with, and that unfortunately, perhaps we would have made different decisions in 2019 when this first became a model that could have been put in, perhaps, but I believe that councils make decisions based on the information that they have at the time, because I am sure that some council 10 years from now may look back at a decision that was made in 2024 by the council of this day and be critical of decisions that we made. and that in 2034 and 2044, council of that day may look back at decisions that we have made and consider those decisions and question those decisions that were made. So I'm really struggling with some of the comparables, which is why for me, I am in support of looking at this for a 2026 model. I am in support of the other three motions that have been brought forward from administration, because I do not believe that a vote to rescind this motion is a vote to say I do not support the library, and I would not support any commentary of the like. Deputy Mayor Sambo.
Thank you, Worship. I do want to respond to some of the comments that were made. Clearly, I'm using very strong language, and honestly, it's because it's time. Frankly, it's just time. We need to consider this very seriously. There was a comment made from Councillor Rentawa that folks go to the library because we don't have a rec center. I don't agree on that statement. We do have a rec center, and it is heavily used. And I know from my time in the library, the folks who are there is because they want to be there. And I just think that's really diminishing of what people are asking for in this community. Also, when we've done social needs assessment, recreation needs assessment, a library is always noted in there. It's always there. Councillor Grant asked the question about RVS. I do believe that memberships are open to all. However, I have been told that it is a majority of Chestermere residents going to the library. I don't have that number, but that is how it works. In addition to that, I just really want to stress the point that we always have the option of changing things next year. If we don't put the OSL in this year, whatever funds could have come in for a future library sometime are lost. You can never retroactively go back. So I understand that there's more planning that needs to be done, and I honestly think that our administration has the professionalism and the leadership capability to work with our development industry to help them understand that we do want to do this collaboratively. And there are even options in the future. For example, if someone stepped up and said, we're going to buy a land, or we're going to build library, we're going to give you bays, and that was suitable, to even refund back some OSL. There are always options. But if we don't put the OSL in now, we lose this money forever. In my opinion, it is saying that we don't think that libraries and this kind of recreation is as important as, say, physical recreation. And the numbers going in through the door, that's significantly more data than we have about how many people are currently using our recreation facilities right now. At least it's something. It represents the amount of traffic that's going through, and I think it does demonstrate that a wide number of people are using our library. I really implore council to consider putting this OSL in, because if we don't, we will never get this money back.
Yeah, I would certainly agree on the retroactive piece. However, I also again I think that for myself, that again, I have been a proponent for a new library. I agree with the comments of that our administration certainly has the professionalism to explore these other options, which they are asking for that time to do. And I do wonder about, I don't even know how a model would work if you collect something and then try to refund it under an OSL model. I don't even know if that's I guess to administration, I would ask, is that even a thing?
Through the mayor, I don't know, but there's always an option somehow to make something work. So we could investigate that kind of thing. But,
okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Grant and Councillor Schindler.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to respond to some comments as well. The city of Chestermere does not have a rec center. I mean, we can paint it all the different colors we want. We do not own a rec center. So I don't think that's necessarily fair to say we do. The other part is, if we proceed with, I think I've come to grips with the struggle that I'm having is I support the library and I support generating funds to build a library. But I feel like we owe the development community, not necessarily we owe them, but we should give them the opportunity to step up and to do what they're going to say they're going to do. And if they don't, then they need to know they're going to get an offsite levy. But I think this council has shown that we can work with the builders and the developers well and collaboratively. And I think as good stewards of the city, that would be the right place to start. Additionally, you know, we have, Councillor Sambo's right, we have done lots of surveys about recreation. And maybe we should do a survey about libraries and really gauge the public interest about what portion of the public supports a new library and to what extent would they accept a tax increase to do that. We haven't really had these conversations, and I think they're kind of important for a lot of people to have them. So my last one is, I don't know if I mentioned it because I said a bunch, but the tribunal. So I asked this question kind of offline to one of our administrators, and I'm going to ask it officially now, is if we proceed with this offsite levy and the development community takes us to the tribunal, does that pause the collection of the offsite levy?
I can come back to you with more information on that. As we've never been through that situation, I don't think any of us know the answer to that off the top of our heads.
In relation to that, do we have our own internal legal opinion on the likelihood of that? So it has been brought to us by the developers, right? So I just say that in terms of like anybody can sue anybody at any time type of thing, right? Like I'm not trying to downplay it at all, right? But like there are other situations that we as a municipality will deal with where somebody comes and says, I'm going to bring you to court for X. And so then we seek a legal opinion on the likelihood of win-loss or possible. Do we have that in this situation at this moment or no?
To the mayor and all of council, no, at this point in time, we have not gone down that route.
Right.
Honestly, I think what the development community is asking for is the level of engagement and dialogue and collaboration that we typically have. And they have reasons to have concerns about this report, and they haven't had that opportunity in a meaningful way to have a collaborative discussion. So I don't think that their first choice is to have to go to the tribunal. In fact, I know it's not. Nobody wants to go there. So I just want to throw that out there, that I think that the root of their request isn't let's just go to the tribunal. It's let's talk. Let's sort this out. This one causes us concern, and let's work together to come up with the right solution.
So then on that, would they, based on the conversations that you are having at the administrative level, not rescinding this motion, having it go forward and come back to us on April 8th, does that then presuppose the idea that they could possibly feel like we don't want to have the conversation and this is the direction we're going?
Logically, yes, that could be the outcome. I can't speak on their behalf. Yeah. What I do anticipate would happen is that the public hearing will have a room full of developers for the offsite levy bylaw that includes this, and they're going to let you know their opinions. And then you guys will still make a decision that date as to whether or not to include it or not, and hear their concerns. And ultimately, from there, once it's officially approved, if that is the will of council at that time, then they would make their decision, which we've heard the comment that there's enough concern that would be their route forward if there isn't a collaborative conversation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Redney?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm trying to make my statement not sound too political here because it kind of ends up being that. I think when we're talking about this topic in general, and this concern from the development community, I'm going to suggest that this council and this administration has worked cooperatively with this development community in all sorts of respects, whether it's our dirt to door, it's our meetings, it's the work that's happening under the lake right now. It's the rezoning that another developer came in for earlier today that we found a solution for. And I think with all of these problems and all of these challenges, the biggest thing is communication. And I think we're making a lot of assumptions that somebody maybe made a comment of doing something. I think if administration talked with the developers and worked with the developers and explained what we're trying to accomplish, I think we can mitigate a lot of the different risks we have here. As Ms. Armitage noted, people don't want to end up in court. Nobody wins. Not over something like this. There's an opportunity to work collaboratively and come up with some kind of solution, right? I don't know if we can refund levies, but we can sure collect less going forward from that particular developer. The other comment I'm going to make while you try to come to your decision of what you'd like to do, and we've talked extensively about this, and this is one comment I do agree that's been said by a number of councillors. If you delay this year, you cannot go back and collect from all of the development that we are aware of that is coming this year. You miss out on that. And so is that worth that to maybe deal with some hypotheticals that may or may not happen, or should we start collecting so that we have some kind of money sitting somewhere? Because that's our number one problem in the city, is we don't have enough money. And I'll go on record, we do not have enough money to do everything that we talk about right now. This is just one way to start getting some of that in that takes less of that burden in the future onto the future taxpayers. So we can always adapt, we can always adjust, we can always change what we're doing at the same time as continuing to move forward with something to start at least making this something that we're collecting.
Councillor Schindler.
Yes, echoing off what Kent is saying, I have a solution that might work to give us a little bit of time. I am thinking that we should also table this motion until we get to the first and second readings of the offsite levy bylaw. That being said, I would also issue a challenge to our development community, who I hope is listening to this, by saying, if you can get a hold of our administration and you can come up with a plan to get us a library through your means, that first and second reading might go very well in your favor. That said, I think we should table this. And just to preface why I said this would be foolish to take this off the table is just for that incentive, to get the developers at the table, even if they have a plan for a plan coming up. That might be a good thing, at least to start. Right now, I don't think we have anything. I want them at the table, and I need them to have a little bit of a push off that precipice to get on that table. Thanks.
To administration, what happens at an administrative level if Councillor Schindler makes a motion to table this and that passes?
So through the chair, we're going to continue working forward based off of the other motion you've made today so far, and the fact that this motion is an active motion. We'll be then including the library offsite levy in the 2025 bylaw that's coming on April 8th. And then practically, we'll go start having those conversations to see if there's another option that could be discussed at April 8th. I will make a comment that April 8th is coming really quick, and deadlines for any submissions to that agenda are like a week away. So it's not a lot of time to actually accomplish something substantial in that time frame.
Councillor Grant. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. To be clear, I do think this pushback is part of a delay tactic, and it's just a tactic to put off paying more money. and I understand that. But I think what we're looking at right now is it the carrot or is it the stick that we're going to give them? And I'm trying to be very careful to not just give people the stick that we don't necessarily agree with off the hop. I understand that by delaying this, we may leave some money lying around, but if we don't, then there still will be, if they don't do it, then they'll still come to the table and maybe there won't be any money lying around, right? So that's kind of, as Mayor Dean mentioned, that's kind of a foregone conclusion, I suppose, or a pre-leading conclusion. So that's kind of where I'm at. I want to give the development community the opportunity to step up and to do this without us giving them the stick. And I think what we're getting from them right now is a delay tactic. So to Councillor Schindler's point is start showing us that you don't want the stick and that you want to work collaboratively with us and not just push back and say, this is too big, and not even provide any feedback about what would come forward. So I think what we're largely debating is kind of one before the other. Is do we put the offsite levy in the hopes that they come good, and if they don't, we're just going to collect it? Or do we hope they come good, and if they don't, we just put the offsite levy in and go from there? So that's kind of what we're dealing with, I think. I think largely we agree that those are the two options. And it's just a matter of what we feel is appropriate. And in my mind, I think this council, like I mentioned before, has shown that we can work well with the development community. And I think we give them the opportunity. And if they don't take it, then we all know what the other option is.
Sorry, Councillor Grant. Yeah, so what I'm confused on that, though, is because what we're debating is whether or not we rescind, because right now it's going into the offsite levy. So that's the stick. And so I think what we're debating is, do we stay on that course?
Yes. Or do we give them carrot?
Well, what's the carrot in your opinion?
Carrot is the opportunity for them to come and find
Sorry, Mike.
Get an offsite. The opportunity is that, the carrot is the opportunity that they can come and step forward and provide funding for a library in good faith instead of getting an offsite levy.
Right. So then, to that point, if we leave this motion on the floor in terms of leave what the official administrator said on the floor, it does give a couple weeks of response time to move towards the carrot. If we don't rescind, is that what
Yes,
you're saying? I don't want to put words in your mouth at all.
That is largely what I'm saying. I agree with Councillor Schindler that we have a little bit of time. Maybe show us that there will be good faith.
Right, because to that point, the development community responded pretty darn quickly with an option for the Chelsea land use amendment. Right, Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I guess what I'm hearing is it goes back to administration, and I do hear that. We've got some aggressive timeline to work with. April 8th is just around the corner, but see, I guess what kind of conversation you can get into and response you can get before April 8th.
Because it's not actually a thing until we pass the bylaw.
Yeah.
Right?
That's correct.
That's a fair point. Right? So it's not actually in the levy until it passes in the bylaw. The motion right now, though, from the official administrator, puts it into, communicates to the development community that this is going to be part of the bylaw that's coming on April 8th. And then, to your point, Ms. Armitage, chances are good the development community will show up as part of the public hearing for that first reading. Okay. Well, that adds a level of complexity now, doesn't it? Ms. Armitage.
To be clear, they probably won't show up for first reading. They'll show up for public hearing.
That's what I meant.
Okay. They'll watch first reading, I suspect, but they will show up for public hearing.
Because first reading will be on April 8th, and then the public hearing 2 weeks after that.
19 days.
19 days after that. Okay. Okay. Any other comments, questions from council? Okay. So, Councillor Schindler asked for a recorded vote on this. So, under a recorded vote process, I vote last. Yay me.
I would like to table it.
Sorry?
I would like to table this motion.
You want to table this?
Sorry, I want to table this motion.
Okay, so can you make a motion to table?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's premature to vote on this motion at this time.
Okay. Mr. Edney?
Sorry, through the chair, just more for ledge services. Who made this motion?
Councillor Ryan.
It was made? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So Councillor Ryan made this motion, but he doesn't have to be the one to table it. Anybody can ask for a tabling.
No, we've just been debating so long that I forgot if somebody actually
motioned
made
I
this
got you.
motion or we were debating to make the motion.
I have learned over these 8 months how to navigate that piece of it. You should see my chicken scratch up here over this whole process. Okay, so are you asking then that you would want to table this until April 8th?
Until probably April 8th, perhaps to the second reading after we get the public input, and because we can do adjustments as we go. It doesn't have to, we can adjust right till third reading. So table it.
Right.
And we can bring this motion back and defeat it before second reading or during second reading or before third reading. Or pass it if we choose. If the development community comes back to us and says, hey guys, we got something for you. We got a plan. Let's work with it.
The only thing I'm thinking, though, is that should this motion be defeated, it accomplishes the same thing.
It will, if this motion gets defeated.
Yeah. It accomplishes that.
It accomplishes the same thing.
Yeah.
But doesn't give our development community the leeway to come to the table with good faith. I think tabling this motion to defeat this still gives us that opportunity to keep it in there, but also allows the development community to go, hey, we have an opportunity to here still to get rid of this motion.
So tabling this motion doesn't do anything, is my point.
Exactly. Or it's kind of a backwards thing. I'm using sort of a double negative.
No, sorry, let me be really clear. So the official administrator made a motion to have the offsite, to have libraries added to the off-site levy for 2025. So that's the direction administration needs to go in, because that was the direction from council. This motion rescinds that, meaning that it's not added to the 2025. If we table this motion, it is still going to be added to the bylaw coming to us on April 8th. The only thing that stops it currently, the only thing that stops this being added to the bylaw coming to us on April 8th is if this motion were to pass.
Correct. And
so then why
I'm saying that perhaps we need more information and to allow our development community to give us that information before we vote on to pass this, because I'm not sure that we have a definitive answer either way. And so by tabling this, we can allow our development community to come back and give us, we allow them the opportunity to come back and justify us for voting on this. Does that make sense? It's a double negative in a way.
Sure. Okay. Councillor Samboy, I saw you raise.
I can also...
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Deputy Mayor Samboy, I saw you raise. Oh, Mr. Edney. Oh, okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just asking CAO Edney, if this was defeated, it can't come back again for 6 months, I believe. Right?
All right.
So that's the question I was asking.
That's a valid point. So then under that circumstance, the tabling makes sense. Yes. Okay. So do you want to make a motion? So given now
I
that
apologize, I didn't include that context.
that is a valuable piece of information to this. So given that, then do you want to make a motion to table this motion?
I do. We're good? Yes. I move that council table motion 250325-10, rescind motion 240209-11, motion that the official administrator give direction to administration to prepare and include a offsite levy in the 2025 offsite levy amending bylaw, and bring back to the April 8th, 2025 regular meeting of council.
Thank you. Call for the vote. Okay, and that's carried. With that, then, I'm going to suggest we take our lunch break, and we will come back at 1:30. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We are now moving into the afternoon portion of our meeting, and we are starting off with item 6.6, which is our whistleblower policy, which is being presented by our newest employee, Matthew. How do I say the last name so that I do not shred this thing?
It's Boscarial.
Say it again.
Boscarial.
Boscarial.
Yeah.
Boscarial.
Yeah, I know. It's okay, Council. I'm used to it. So
Boscarial.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll do some trial runs, but nonetheless, Matt Boscarial on behalf of administration presenting the whistleblower policy. And it is an update to the existing whistleblower policy. One note I'd like to make is that you're not receiving a redlined version in your council agenda package because it is completely revamped. So there would have been red lines everywhere. The existing version is currently on the website, so you can look there if you wish to, under the policy section, and it is completely revamped, but in the same spirit nonetheless. A couple things to note. In addition to that is that administration will continue to review our policies, and you'll note that the policy presented to you for the whistleblower policy, there are some subsections and some additions too. So what we've done as administration is we've given you the policy, and then you will have schedules, which are the implementation. So there's policy, and then implementation. So it looks a little different, and we'll be continuing to present our policies that are forthcoming to council in that way. I just wanted to make that note in case council did catch on to the amended kind of sort of new format. And this ultimately has been reviewed by a third-party reviewer, which is Kingsgate Legal. Council may be familiar with Kingsgate, as they are your code of conduct council as well. Otherwise, I'll leave it there. Administration is open for any questions, should you have any. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I think, too, this is one of those policies that you almost hope you never have to use, because hopefully what you're doing within your organization, and I think that we have taken some great strides within that as an organization, that there's a level of trust that exists all the way up through your organization that people don't get to a point where they feel like they have to bring forward concerns from an anonymous standpoint, that hopefully you've created such a level of trust within your organization. And again, I think that this administration and this council have taken some great steps with that. However, there is an important element of having a policy like this in your just in case scenarios. However, I am glad that I feel like for this council and this administration that this is not a normal policy that needs to be done a lot. And I want to just commend administration on the work that they have been doing on creating that trust, but also recognizing the need for such a policy. So with that, are there any questions from council to administration with regards to the new proposed policy? Oh, great. So then I believe that we have a motion then for this. Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor read the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approved policy number 139 being the whistleblower policy as presented.
Any comments, questions from council with regards to this?
I have only, it's 129 or 139? It's 129.
Yeah, good catch. Thank you. So policy 129, not 139. Good catch. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to the whistleblower policy? With that, we'll call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Well, let's hope that all your presentations moving forward are that simple. There you go. That's right. Well, you can see from the debate. That's right. Moving on to item 7.1, which is the completion of the ministerial directives. This is a great celebration item that I bet CEO Mr. Edney, I am sure you were excited to present.
Yes, so thank you, Your Worship, through yourself to council. This report, of course, is for you, but as council, you've already been made aware of the contents of this report when we received the letter from Minister McIver. But I am happy and proud to say that the minister has signed off on all of the directives that he issued under Ministerial Order MSD 002/23. We completed all of those just before December. I had brought the final report, I think, to our December 17th meeting, submitted on December 20th. And I don't know if it just happened to be a coincidence, but he originally issued the directives on March 13th, 2023, and cleared them up on March 12th, 2025. So almost exactly 2 years to the day it took us to finish those, but it was a lot of work by council, a lot of work by administration. Not just this council and administration, but even the previous with the official administrator and Pat, and even some of the work that was done by the previous administration as well. So this is a big day for the city of Chestermere, puts this inspection behind us. Minister satisfied with how council is operating and how administration's operating. So just thought it would be a good time to celebrate publicly that we've completed this, and it's in the rearview mirror now.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had opportunity to run into Mr. McIver at a few events, and he has expressed to all of us on council how pleased he has been with the work of this council and this administration, and including recently. Members of this council and myself have run into Mr. McIver at a few different events, and he has certainly expressed how pleased he has been to see how our council has been proceeding forward and bringing governance, responsible governance to the city of Chestermere. And so thank you to administration as well for all of your efforts with this. Given this celebration item, I would open up the opportunity if any councillors have any comments that they would like to make with regards to this. Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, I think this is fantastic that, you know, we're kind of out from under the these directives. I just wanted to note that in our recent trip to Alberta Muni's Spring Caucus, we did get approached by quite a few communities asking us, you know, how we're doing it and why we're being quite successful. People really like how we're as a community coming together and showing our best form. So I just wanted to thank the rest of this council and our administration for getting us out from under this and for continuing to show the province that we are here to set an example, but also being a great partner for other municipalities to help them get through any trying times that they have as well. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had the opportunity to meet this Sunday to Minister McIver, and I did mention about this coming on to our agenda about this letter, and I thanks him too, personally from our city and from our whole council, from releasing us from this directive, and we completed, and he's very happy, and he said, I'm very happy from this council, and they keep working hard the way we are working, and he's looking forward into it.
Great, thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to make a comment that, you know, these directives represent the bare minimum of what a community should do. And I hold Chestermere to a higher regard than that. So while we've accomplished these, and that is great, and we've got this off our backs, I think as a council, we hold ourselves to a higher regard, and we would like to set our standards even higher than what we're being directed to do. So I commend administration and council for the work we've done, and I look forward to the great work we're going to do in the future.
I would fully echo that entire statement. Thank you for that, Councillor Grant. That's absolutely, I think all of our council would echo that statement, which is why we put it in our strategic plan, right? In our strategic plan, we talked about we wanted to be a leader in municipal governance. And so I would absolutely echo that. And I think that that's a commitment we made from day one, again, as outlined as one of our number one priorities within our strategic plan. Councillor Ryan?
Yes, sir. Thank you. And through your worship, again, echoing to what the Mayor and members of Council had to say, And just again, reiterating how grateful we are for Mr. Adney's leadership. Thank you. We have, gave you a pretty massive assignment, and among many, this was, I think, one of the big ones. And I think you've done very well with your staff. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. And everyone else stole all my comments. But I also wanted to acknowledge you, Mayor Dean, because I think you have set both the expectation and the example for council. And I think that that has played a very big role in this outcome. So thank you for all of your work.
Thank you. I appreciate that. With that, we'll call for the motion. Can I have actually, if I may, take some liberty on this one. Councillor Narayan, would you like...
I was like,
yeah, buddy.
Pick me.
Councillor Narayan, would you like to make the following motion?
It'll be an honor. Thank you. Council accepts the letter and ministerial order MSD 015-25 from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs for information.
Got a little emotional there, I'm not going to lie. Any final comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Moving now to item 7.2, which is the 2009 annexation agreement. This is being presented by Liz Armitage, our Interim Director of Community Growth and Infrastructure.
Good afternoon. I think this is my last one of today. I'm here today to present the annexation report, our agreement, and so I want to note that there are two attachments to this report, the first being the annexation agreement, the second being the board order MGB 018-19, which was the actual annexation when it was approved by the province. We wanted to provide a bit of information that the annexation agreement between the City of Chestermere and Rocky View County was entered into on February 1st, 2008, and the agreement addresses multiple topics such as mutual cooperation, assessment and taxation, planning and development, transition, roadways, Rocky View owned lands, compensation, agriculture, when we prepare this report, we kind of highlight a few critical pieces that we wanted you guys to be aware of. However, that said, as you can see in this agreement, there is a lot more to it. So if you have questions on other items, we're happy to give you answers today or come back with more information when we're able to. So first, we wanted to talk about section 3.1 sub 1 of the annexation order, which identifies the majority of lands within the annexed area will be assessed by the Chestermere on the market value basis, but will be taxed for a period of 15 years at the lowest applicable mill rate of either Rocky View or Chestermere. This change happened last year. Notice was provided on multiple occasions to all landowners in the acreages so that... Okay, that's up there. And so the notices went out to multiple times to ensure that that was something everyone was aware of and ready for. And so there is an example of that difference on a fictional property based on an assessment of 1.2 million. And so the difference would result in a higher taxation under the City of Chestermere of 1,193. And then as well, section 9.7 of the annexation order identifies that Chestermere will prepare an ASP or similar statutory plan for existing rural residential acreages. The cost of preparing the ASP and consulting with residents within existing rural residential areas will be front-ended by Chestermere and recovered through pro-rata charges applied to future development or infrastructure in these areas. This process was undertaken by the City of Chestermere for the East acreages from approximately 2013 to 2015, and on June 15th, 2015, Council defeated the second reading of the ASP. It is worth noting that this clause does not say the Council shall approve an area structure plan, it says they shall undertake. And that was completed, and that's because nobody can bind a future council, so the intention was that it would be undertaken, and ultimately that council chose not to approve it. No such activities were undertaken for either of the other two acreage areas on the basis of the problems that this one was encountered. Thirdly, there's no indication within the annexation agreement that the City of Chestermere must provide services to landowners within the acreage area. Typically, the costs of service connections for water and sanitary occurs when the landowner proceeds to develop at their cost. I believe the way we often word it is development pays for development. That said, the City of Chestermere is currently actively developing an option for landowners to pay for garbage collection. This service would be provided to the acreage landowners through a utility bill in the exact same manner as the landowners within the City of Chestermere pay for garbage collection. I have no further information to provide specifically, but I am happy to try to answer questions, and if we don't have the answers, we'll come back to you with them. So,
Council, do you have any questions? I have a couple. Council, do you have any questions with regards to this? Okay. Oh, sorry, Councilor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through yourself to administration. There's a lot of hair here. So if I'm reading this correctly, the acreages are now charged the same mill rate as a residential property within our limits.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Yet they are not provided the same utilities or maybe amenities as residents are, or access to them.
So, sorry, through the chair. Not necessarily. So I think this is one of the understandings that in my conversation with the acreage owners isn't there. Do they have water and sanitary? No, because it was never put in place. Could they pay for water and sanitary and have access to it, like we just talked about with offsite levies in all the new communities? Yes, they could. Garbage is something that traditionally they haven't had, but we're working with them to be able to provide that. A big portion of the tax that we collect from them and every resident actually goes to the operation of the city. So they do use our roads. They do have access to the library. They do have all of those different things. So they don't get quite the same level of service due to the nature of their properties, but they could if they funded it in the same manner as traditional development. Does that?
Yes, that
answer
does.
that question?
That does, and that is where I'm headed. Is they are not quite the same, and I wonder, is that, are we hearing this as an issue that these residents feel they're overtaxed, or they feel there's just an inability to do what they want with their land?
So again, through the chair to council, I don't think it's necessarily the inability to do with their land, because they do have options to do things with their land with the TRR and just our regular development. I think it's some of that confusion. I've had some of these comments of they're now paying city taxes, but they don't have water and sewer. And it's like, yeah, but that's not how that works, right? It's not, it's not your tax bill that pays your water and sewer. It's your water and sewer bill. And it was your offsite levy at some point that got added onto your house that paid for your water and sewer to get there. So, one of my comments I've had to all of them too is, and we got to go through the annexation agreement to see what levels of service we provided. But, if you're the north acreages, you're still getting the benefit of snow plowing along Paradise Road and all those kind of things that, again, regular taxes pay for. So they're not quite getting the same level of service, but it's not a nice apple to apple comparison in my point of view anyways.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm struggling with here is, we're not providing them necessarily what we are providing everybody else. And I wonder what the ability of the Chestermere municipality would be to provide a third option for a mill rate.
So again, through the chair, one thing that the MGA allows is we can make as many residential subclasses as we want in our property tax bylaw. So for example, you could have houses with 3-car garages, condos, townhomes, row homes, acreages. You can have as many of those subclasses as you want. The only key is you have to apply the same mill rate to each of those subclasses. So every acreage, if you were to make an acreage subclass, every acreage pays the same mill rate. And the only thing that plays in, and it wouldn't impact on the residential side, is there's the 5-to-1 ratio. So the highest tax rate can't be more than 5 times the lowest tax rate on any property in the city, whether that's commercial, industrial, or non-residential, residential stuff. So that would be the only caveat. You just got to make sure that whatever subclass you make, you don't set a mill rate too low that it gets you offside with that. But quick answer to your question is council can do whatever they want.
Within reason,
that
right?
regard.
Right, Mr. Andy, within reason. We don't need more
Now
ministerial
that the
orders.
directives are done.
Let's start
let's
again.
not go making
Yeah.
statements like that after we just made the previous. Okay.
I think I'm good for now, and I'd like to hear comments from the rest of council.
Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, through your worship, and to Mr. Adney and members of administration. With respect to the ASB, from what I understand, it was brought before council and defeated in 2015. Do we have? So, what would trigger an ASB now, or do we have something in place?
Through the mayor, no, there is no ASP in place.
So, what would trigger an ASP? Would it be the residents coming to the city and wanting to collaborate? What does that look like?
There is significant history on this for the East Acreages in particular. The way that one was triggered of the three, because there's the north, Paradise Meadows, which is the south, even though there are Paradise Meadows addresses in the north. Let's just make sure we're clear as mud on that. And then the East Acreages. At the time, my understanding going through all the history on this is that all three were given the opportunity to proceed, with one going first based on a vote of the residents, essentially. And so the East Acreages had the most people interested in proceeding and hit an arbitrary threshold that was created at that time. I want to say it was an 80%, but don't quote me on that. It might have been 90, it might have been 70. And so that was when, because it said the city will do it in it, the city hired a third party. I believe it was McElhaney and a designer out of Vancouver, Michael Van Housen, who collaborated to do that project. And it was a huge undertaking. And so that was done. There was a multi-day workshop. Residents, landowners were brought in. Administration was part of it. And at the end of the day, when it came before council, council turned it down on a number of reasons, but really it came to the interim servicing, which is almost ironic because that's a lot of what we still talk about today. And so that was done, that was completed. It had the public hearing, second reading, it fell apart, and they turned it down. And then they passed another motion to look into the interim servicing. I was actually brought back at that point to do that piece of work in a consulting capacity. So that's why I have a lot of history on this, even in years I wasn't here. And so the other ones at this point in time never went through that process. They did not come forward to do one, nor did we initiate one. And so there is some legal opinions that we've had over the years that we could go in camera to discuss. Probably better to bring back at another date in order to prepare some information with that. But ultimately where we're at now is under the municipal development plan amendments and the land use bylaw amendments that were completed under the former council to allow for the TRR, Transitional Rural Residential District. There is no longer a requirement for an area structure plan or even an outline plan. We're calling them shadow plans in these areas that look at, it's a process that is fraught with problems. I think you guys have started to understand those problems. It was a very unique attempt to find a solution to allow development in absence of servicing, but at the same time to open up the door to say, hey, if you want to come into urban standards and do those developments with the land use bylaw amendments that are necessary, you can start that process. So there's a ton of history that I think I'm kind of unpacking to a very simple question of the process for an area structure plan. Anyone could come in with one, but under our current design of this TRR process, no one will. It's not a cost-effective process for somebody to do that. And ultimately, I think the one thing I neglected to mention on the ASP that was done, it treated it as if it was greenfield. They treated it as if it was one of these undeveloped quarter sections or sections of land and pretended there wasn't property lines and pretended there wasn't houses. That fundamentally does not work. And when people would come and say, well, what do we do? Oh, that's not our problem. We just have to get you an ASP. You guys solve how 60 of you are going to work together. We don't have a framework to give you. Go hire a lawyer. Maybe you demolish all your houses and start like greenfield. Oh, and that person with the school site, yeah, I guess you just don't get to develop. You have to give your land up. It didn't work. It was a flawed process. And so that's why I don't believe an ASP would come forward. I don't think any landowner is going to organize that at this point. We are seeing some pretty detailed shadow plans that are almost outline plan level, that is looking at larger portions and looking at how they're going to do that. And that it's going to be a much more ad hoc process.
Councillor Ryan?
Yeah, thank you for that, Ms. Armitage. Yeah, and the only thing that was, I guess, troubling me was the language with section 9.7, but I think I'm going to pause my questions just in the event some of it, should be discussed at some point in camera. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I have some similar thoughts on that because it says Chestermere will prepare an ASP. Okay.
We did prepare one.
Oh, I see.
We did prepare one.
I see.
And sorry if I may add, the difference in the wording is because you can't fetter a council. So they prepared it, but you can't force council to approve it when it comes. So that's where that wording was likely worded of prepare, not approve.
Because you can't fetter a council to an ASP.
Correct. Because nobody knows what that ASP was going to say at the time they did the annexation agreement. So if it came with something that council doesn't like, which it sounded like council didn't like it, you can't force them to say yes to it.
And that's how that process then is different than the regular ASP process that we see with a regular development.
Yes.
Because we see that all the time.
Yeah.
Like we have ASPs that are sitting there right now that were done by previous councils that don't come back to us. Right? So you're saying that the reason that was different is it was part of an annexation plan. And so whenever that was then completed, you can't fetter that council to that thing.
Correct, because it came probably, 2 councils later by the time it actually came.
From annexation
2008 to 2015 would have been at least one more different council.
Sure.
So you can't force them to say yes to something under their statutory obligations.
Okay. Okay. A question I had is, I'm just wondering if you can just talk a little bit about how administration is making the landowners aware of this, the services piece. So on bullet point 4, if you will, or 3.2, if you will, how we're going about making them aware of this and the process that we're undertaking for that.
Yeah, so through the chair, real quickly, we've had some conversations with the representative from sort of each of these areas where this idea came about. Right now, it's sitting with our solid waste services team to actually figure out logistics. It's a relatively, north acreages isn't too bad, but the east acreages is a little bit of a larger area, figuring out where people could put bins that we can actually have an appropriate driving route to pick these up safely. So Mr. Fluker and his team are working on that. When they get back to me with what that exactly looks like, what day of the schedule we could fit them in on, then we'll start to prepare a notice through communications that will get delivered out to them. We'll post some information up on possibly social media and our website, just letting them know same process applies with every other resident. If you want garbage, call and let us know. We'll bring you some bins. Here's your day, here's your fee, and go from there. But we're not quite there yet at that point. They're still working on that plan of what it would look like.
Okay. Do we have a timeline for that?
Sooner rather than later. Sometime in April.
Okay.
Yeah, imminent, not a long ways.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. I'm sure that they would be Very happy to hear that. I would like to go back to a line of questioning that Councillor Grant had, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but I might be here a little bit. I would like to flesh out that idea a little bit more of where you're going on that taxation piece, because if I remember correctly, that's kind of how this presentation came about. So if I remember correctly, I believe there was a conversation that we had a number of months ago with regards to taxation and what we were looking at. I believe that is why originally Councillor Narayan asked for this to come back as a presentation to council, that was a part of that, as then part of that we've seen some other pieces played out with that. So Councillor Grant, it sounded to me like there could be a motion in there directing administration to at least prepare a tax option for the acreage areas. It sounded to me like there was a possibility of a motion in there. Is that something that you would entertain bringing forward as a motion for debate?
Yeah, that for sure. I want to make sure that we are being fair to all residents, whether you live in an acreage or within a regular residential house and within our traditional area. So I think there is a balance in there, and I think the fairest thing to do would be to identify that these lands are different and that they are receiving somewhat of a different service from us than everyone else, and figure out what that magnitude should be.
Okay, so can
yes.
I take a stab at a motion here for you and see if you like it, and we can throw it up and then we can debate it?
Perfect.
So Mo, what do we got here? Council director administration to prepare a tax option for the acreage areas and come back to council at a future council meeting. I would say that this would need to be done before we approve the 2025, like the rest of the budget. So I would say by the end of April. Would that timeline work though?
I would almost suggest come back to budget deliberations. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. I would suggest we bring it back to budget deliberations.
And bring back to budget deliberations?
Yes, because that's going to be part of the process, looking at the budget, but then also looking at our mill rates and
That's fair.
our tax revenue. And so this will play into that discussion. And I think that'll give us some time to really understand what services they do and don't get. There are some more costs in some of the areas, I think, for road maintenance than maybe in the other areas. So it may be one of those where we can balance some of that for you.
Well, we're still talking about end of April though, because I believe our first budget deliberation right now is scheduled for April 29th.
Yes.
Okay. So I have some things that I would like to debate about the wording of this, but I don't want to debate it until we make the motion. So, Councillor Grant, are you comfortable with this motion? Does that accomplish what you're looking for?
Yeah, I think that's a great start, Mayor.
Okay.
I move that council direct administration to prepare a tax option for the acreage areas and bring back to budget deliberations.
Comments, questions from council? Okay, I feel a tension about this, and I'm just trying to, and administration, I'm sure you're going to be able to help me with this tension pretty immediately. We're doing our budget deliberations as workshops, not as council meetings, right? So essentially not in camera, but we're not doing it as a public council meeting. So I'm sure that there will want to be a public update as to what happened with this motion. So if we're making it only a part of budget deliberations, how do we publicly come back with what happened with the line of questioning that Councillor Grant had?
So one, through the mayor to council, one way that's coming is you have to come back with your mill rate bylaw. So if we don't change anything in the mill rates, that would be an opportunity for us to discuss that, hey, the acreages are going to continue to just pay what they've paid. We could discuss it at budget deliberations and come up with a solution. We could also then have a report afterwards at one of the future council meetings to either update the decision that was made, or, I mean, we can find a way to update the community with it.
So if I may, would administration be comfortable, and Councillor Grant, would you be comfortable if we take out the first and have a comma between areas and bring? So council director administration to prepare a tax offer for the acreages, bring back to budget, maybe got to put the and back in, I'm just trying something. Then take out this period and then say and have this be a part of the budget report for 2025. See what I'm getting at? Does that work?
Yeah, I would.
So it's going to be in our budget deliberation, so we're going to talk about it. But then this motion will also then be acknowledged, if you will. The actions of this motion are going to be acknowledged as part of the reports that we make publicly when we do our public budget discussions.
Yeah, so
You
through
good
the
with that?
mayor to council, remember, we can't approve the budget or anything in those workshops.
Exactly.
So we'll have to have a whole separate date. And I think that's scheduled for May 13th to come back with approving the final budget as well as the mill rate bylaw. This can be a slide in there of what council's decision was.
Yeah, my concern was that if I was a member of the public and I saw that, it may come across that I never have to report publicly what we're doing. Whereas this, I think, demonstrates that we are for sure going to be reporting publicly as to what happened as part of those budget deliberations. Councillor Grant, are you okay with that change?
I accept the friendly thing.
It's a bit of a material change, though, so can I get you to restate
Sure,
the
let's
motion?
just restate it. I motion council direct administration to prepare a tax option for the acreage areas, bring back to budget deliberations, and have this be part of the budget report for 2025.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We are now going to be moving to our in-camera or closed session portion. We do have a few items here to discuss. And just so our members of our public are aware, I do anticipate motions that will be coming out for some of these items after our closed session. So, but I do think that we could be in closed session for a bit of a extended amount of time, given the complexity of some of these issues. But do expect that there could be some motions coming out after our closed session. So, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Rondawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council move into closed session at 2:09 p.m. that discussed the following: Chestermere Historical Foundation Art Grant, FOIP Section 29. Information is or will be available to the public. Charity Golf Tournament, FOIP Section 29. Information is or will be available to the public. Chestermere Recreational Center, FOIP Section 21, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relationship, and education tax increase, FOIP Section 24, advice from officials.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're just coming out of our closed session. Can I have a counselor make the following motion to come out of in camera, please? Counselor Schindler.
I move that council come out of closed session at 3:42 p.m.
And call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. We do have some motions that are going to be coming out of our closed session, so we're going to take a 10-minute recess and come back at 3:50 and then conclude our meeting. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon again, everyone. We're just going to be wrapping up our meeting here today, and coming out of our closed session, we have a few motions that we're going to be making. Can I have the first motion on the screen, please? Thank you. Can I have a councillor read the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council authorize Mayor Dean to send out the letter of support to Alberta Community Initiatives regarding the Chestermere Historical Foundation's application for the Alberta Community Initiatives project-based grant.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Thank you. Second motion, please. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Sorry, there should be... Yeah, that's correct. Yep. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council rescind motion 250211-14, council direct administration to bring back recommendation for the criteria and option to council for the use of funds from the charity golf tournament and bring back to April 1st, 2025 governments and priority meeting.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. The next one, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Narayan.
So move that Council General Record Administration to bring back recipient option for the Mayor and Council's charity golf tournament proceeds to April 8th, 2025 regular meeting of Council.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Finally, just before we're calling this one, I believe that Deputy Mayor Sambo is just going to step out due to possible perceived conflict of interest. Yeah, you can if you want.
All right, I'll just state that for the record. I left for a portion of the in-camera session due to a declared conflict of interest and also perceived conflict of interest, so I will be leaving for this vote.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor, for that clarification and the confirmation that you did step out during the in-camera, part of the in-camera portion for this conversation. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council direct administration to proceed with the option presented in camera regarding the Chestermere Recreation Centre.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously as well. We'll give Councillor Deputy Mayor Sambo a chance to come back. And one final motion. Can I have a councillor make this motion as well, please? Councillor Grant.
I motion that council accept the update on the education tax increase for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Having now completed our agenda, I believe that we are all done unless there was anything else from administration or council. Great. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council adjourn the regular meeting of council at 3:53 p.m.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thanks, everyone. Great job. Have a good day.